Those in the gallery, thank you very much for attending. I'll declare the ordinary meeting of the 25th of February 2021 open. And I would ask Paul to do the karakia.
Ki tingo o tala te tātou tapu. He honore he korori he mangu ki te whenua me whakaro pai ki ngā tangata katoa. Glory to God in the highest and peace to his people on earth. Me to matu I te rangi whakapai a mātou to mātou hui. Arahina mai a mātou hui ki te hurahi pai. Guide us, bless us all in this meeting and guide our deliberations onto the right path.
Amen.
Item 2 of the agenda is the apologies. I have an apology from Councillor Cogan. Are there any other apologies? Someone like to move that the apology... No, Francois, right there.
Oh, sorry.
Someone like to move that the apology be received and accepted. So moved. Deputy Mayor Crummers. Councillor Neal, those in favour?
Aye.
Thank you. We want to change to the agenda item. The change is that the Glacier Country verbal update from Joe Burney, Economic Development Manager, Development West Coast, that was scheduled to be in the public excluded section is to be moved into the open section of the council meeting. So, councillors, if you're happy with that, someone like to resolve that the Glacier Country verbal report from Joe Burney, Economic Development Manager, Development West Coast, be moved from public excluded to the open section of the meeting. Councillor Martin and Councillor Archibald. Those in favour?
Aye. Aye.
Thank you. The declarations of interest have been circulated. There is a copy on the desk here, and they're also in team systems. It's really important that if there's a matter that is coming before this meeting or any future meeting, and you have an interest of any kind, please record your interest. And if you have there's any confusion, contact the Chief Executive or Leslie, and they'll guide you on whether it should be recorded or not. Next item on the agenda is urgent items not on the agenda. And we have one urgent item, and that is the statement of intent from Westland Holdings Limited and the Westland Holdings update for February 2021. The reason that it was not on the agenda was due to the timing of receiving the report. With Councillor's permission, I'd like to move that the above item be added to the agenda due to the required time frame to receive the statement of intent from Westland Holdings Limited as per the relevant clause in the Local Government Act. I would ask for a second. Councillor Neal, those in favour?
Aye.
Thank you. Move now to item 5 on the agenda, which is the minutes of the previous meeting, or meetings actually. So we'll go to the ordinary council meeting minutes of the 10th of December 2020. Now they're on team systems, they've been circulated to everybody for feedback. I had no feedback as to whether there are any changes. Are there any changes that you wish to make? In that case, would someone like to move that the minutes of the ordinary council meeting held on the 10th of December 2020 be confirmed as a true and correct record of the meeting? So, Deputy Mayor Carruthers, Councillor Neal, thank you. Those in favour?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Move to the extraordinary Chief Executive's Review Committee meeting minutes of the 18th of February 2021. Resolve that the minutes of the extraordinary Chief Executive's Review Committee meeting held on the 18th of February 2021 be received. Would you move that?
Aye.
Councillor Martin, do I have a second? Deputy Mayor Carruthers, those in favour?
Aye.
Thank you. I approve that my digital signature be added to the confirmed ordinary council meeting minutes of the 10th of December 2020. Do I need to confirm the same for the... Okay, thank you. Move on to the next item on the agenda, which is the action list. And councillors, it's on pages 7 to 8 of your agenda, and the Chief Executive will present the report.
Good afternoon, Your Worship and councillors. I'll run through each item individually. We'll take questions at the end. Okay. I can confirm that we have received parts for the Canary School crossing. We still have yet to have the site visit, so we will schedule that in the very near future to confirm that position. And then we will continue to go and get it installed. The Fox landfill, I have a updated report in the series report with more detail. Iwi representation around the council table. Just to highlight that the LGNZ AGM remits, asking for remits for that conference. I think the closing date was the 15th of May, and this potentially could be a remit. Just would like to also highlight the local government, local electoral amendment bill passed its third reading last night. So with regards to Maori wards, be doing any public passing of those installation of Maori wards for those councils that wish to put them forward. Hokitika wastewater treatment plant. Met with our project managers today. Stantec have been appointed to take the project lead for this. And we are now ready to partner with our local iwi to look at the program of work and the schedules. So we will want to reach out to both Kawhio and Ngāti Wairoi in terms of joining us in that partnership and confirming the program of works. So then we would like to get that done reasonably quickly in the next couple of weeks. So we'll reach out to both funds and report in terms of that approach. And Stantec will take us through what we're proposing in that space and on that. The waste management workshop was completed on the 16th of February. There's quite a few, I suppose, opportunities in this space, waste minimisation program, and also, I suppose, the future of landfills was discussed, and a number of contracts and that are currently underway and when they're due to expire. Subcommittee meeting subcommittees, we will propose to come back in the March council meeting with a review and potential revision of committee structures. Gillespie Beach Miners Cemetery closure, we have yet to reach out to those affected community members, so we will do that in the very near future. Speed limit register review, stage 2, to look at those outstanding areas. We propose that we wait for the NTDA speed limits review, which is underway at the moment, and come back post that. Council agree. Ross, Chinese Guardians and flooding issues. We've had a meeting with the Ross community. We are due to have a second meeting in the near future. There was a suggested way forward. We've had a number of conversations with both community and with Doc. Doc and ourselves met last week in terms of what we believe is the best way forward, and like to now pitch that back to the community. So we'll try and get that underway over the next couple of weeks as well. Happy to take any questions.
Simon, councillors, questions will go around the table. Deputy Mayor Grant.
With the proposed change to the committee structure, Simon, are you coming back with proposals for that, or is that going to be decided and then proposed on council? What's the mechanism?
So staff will come up with a recommendation for council to consider.
Yep. So will council make that decision?
Yes. Not sort of decisions in terms of those structures anyway. So we would like to make a position and how we believe it would be best operated, and then council can obviously debate that and discuss that.
Thank you.
Thank you. The good to see that the particular wastewater project moving along now.
Yes. Just to highlight, it is a 5-year program of work, so there is a long process for this. So just to highlight the issues around the Three Waters reform will play out in this period of time as well. So there's quite a few, I suppose, challenging conditions with this program of work. And looking at the wider stakeholder group, I suppose representation from MB or DIA on that stakeholder, considering they may or may not be future owners of that infrastructure, need to be considered as well.
That was my next question, was the future ownership of Monmouth going through this.
The last thing we want is for that project to stop or stall while there's a transition of ownership. So we want to make sure that they're on board with what has been proposed as well.
So is it likely at this stage that it will end up in the national ownership?
Yet to be defined. That's still work. There's the next workshop is on the 23rd of March in Christchurch. So all the request for information has been provided to the Department of Internal Affairs, coordinating that data across all local governments now. It's quite a meaty bit of work, and looking at now with that information what the model may or may not be.
With the Ross Chinese Gardens, the suggestion was made, I believe, that at June's meeting about moving the Chinese structure. Who would pay for that?
So the final outcome of that meeting was three things. One is to look at not moving but raising. So that work has now been scoped and costed by raising in situ. So it actually cost will be floating in the lake, which will be quite a nice feature. The cost has come out as quite an exorbitant cost. So we are now working with TOC on, I suppose, Jones Creek management. More to do with putting the Jones Creek at the top end, bringing it into the lake and taking it out at the bottom and managing it at a certain level, which would meet the requirements of both parties are hoping. So no need to move the structure at all.
Right. Which is what Renus was asking for in the first place.
Not the same. So managing the lake, but by stopping water going into the lake, the river, the creek going in completely. Now, DOC will come up with a proposal where the creek would come in at the top and be managed so it would be in and out flow, which will also help with the transfer of Kakapū, is it? In terms of the
yes, but I didn't think Renus wanted to block the flow of the creek altogether.
well, mitigate the flow into, so this will take away any need for management from any local community.
Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thanks, Chief Executive, for the report. Just a quick couple of things. That site visit, when can that be arranged?
As soon as councillors can make themselves available. One prior to Christmas was.
No, I appreciate that. Should we go this afternoon? That'd be good. Foxland, no, that's good. Iwi representation around the council table, it would be really good to start those conversations because it's an action. I don't know how we pull that together, Your Worship, in terms of actually making that happen, whether it's delegated to staff to do or whether it's actually needs some grunt work from elected members. I'm not sure what that actually looks like, but
yeah, I think just my personal opinion, I'd really like one of the councillors to take the lead with staff support. Again, myself, Councillor Martin, working with local iwi, obviously, in terms of what the best outcome. Obviously, we need 5 councils to support our remit. So this would have to be in conjunction with the local West Coast councils plus potentially 2 others externally.
okay. So should we meet and sort that out? Cool, yeah, cool. And Anna's keen to help too, that's good. The waste management workshop, were there any actions from that in terms of formalised actions?
I'll pass over to Louis because the next day we had the waste minimisation workshop with the other two councils at the same time.
But just thinking about timing, it might be good if we could just have those emailed out rather than do it now, because otherwise we're going to run, the agenda's going to run over. But that's good.
I think you'll find that those outcomes there will be in the LTP discussions anyway, in workshops, the future workshops with the council.
Thank you. And the speed limits, when will NZTA be finished that? Because NZTA's Waka Kotahi's in a bit of strife at the moment. I'm not comfortable with waiting for a government department to complete a body of work. Bearing in mind that potentially the only implications of that is that 70k, which we weren't really even proposing for any of those roads. So.
Thanks to the chair. I can just report to that. So NZTA actually determined the modelling for local government now for our own roads, or the roads that's under council control. So that model is currently being revised, and it's part of what they call the Road to Zero program, which is it's all driven by safety in a whole new approach to speeds. So that program, or the modelling for that, is dictated by NZTA at the present, although it's council's responsibility. But we believe the new model in the next few months will change, and NZTA will actually be responsible for setting speeds even on our local roads. So it won't become that's going to be taken away from council, that decision. And hence why we say let's wait for that process to follow through and let it take its course.
Thanks.
Councillor suggestion, let's diary that for the July council meeting.
Yeah, that would be good.
And raise it again with the council.
These on the action list, I'll just give an update every month as it comes up.
That'd be great.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Shawisha. Thanks, Simon. Thanks, Louis.
Paul, did you raise your hand just halfway through? Councillor Hart.
Thanks, Simon. No, I have no further questions.
Francois.
Sorry about that. Just trying to find the mute button. So just in support of Lathan's comments around the, I'm a bit worried about the same issue around how long it's going to take them around them speed, that speed limit on the register. I had some IT issues when you were talking, Simon. So if you could just, does it have to go to them to approve it, or what's the review about?
So just to reconfirm what Louis stated, NZTA are looking at the model in terms of classification for speeds on roads. So that model is under revision at the moment, and it sounds like NZTA will, in future state, will be determining the speeds on even council local roads. So it would be out of council actual control. So until that model is completed, we don't want to go ahead and do a whole lot of changes that may be retrospectively changed again. I don't have a time frame of this, Louis has no idea.
Yeah, so anywhere from 6 to 9 months.
Okay, thank you.
6 to 9 years, is it?
Yeah.
Just to remind councillors that also the, I suppose the highways is also under review, and we already know some have already changed, so we expect I suppose an accelerated outcome of that review.
Councillor Kennedy.
No, all good, thank you. Good to see the box dump removal progressing at a rate of knots. And the Hokitika wastewater treatment plant's good to see some progress there, and get Ngāti Waiwai and Makapeo on the case to find an appropriate solution. Will be all good, thank you.
Councillor Davidson.
Yes, thanks, Simon. Just some clarity on that process with the iwi representation there. Could you just, on that the next
So,
steps?
Before we go any further, we would like to confirm with our iwi partners that we are on the path that we can both agree with. So rather than go down a path that, you know, we think's right, we just want to make sure that we're in partnership along. This is the process we all want to follow and the steps to get there.
And what's the next step after that?
So there will be a wider stakeholder engagement process. So first get our partners on board in terms of what we want to do.
Yes.
And then we'll start the engagement process with wider stakeholders.
Thank you.
Councillor Hartshall.
Yes, Your Worship. No, it's as Councillor Kennedy said, pleased to see the Fox River Loop, Fox landfill getting carted away quickly. Everything else, everyone else has spoken about, so no, I'm fine. Thank you.
Councillor Neal.
Thank you. Simon, the iwi rep and Maori wards are potentially slightly different.
They are different.
So we'll be looking at both of those
we want,
in one, won't we?
so it's definitely in terms of how we want this council and the LE partners to be on board with regards to decision making of the council. What that looks like, I don't know yet. Obviously, it's consultations if we do it versus how the rest of the country does it. So we have, I suppose, advantages in terms of a number within the coast versus some districts which have up to, I believe, 18 is the biggest number I've heard, and how that's represented across other local government bodies. So it is a complicated discussion.
I look forward to that discussion. Yeah, same with the NZTA. If the NZTA are prescribing what students we have, do they really pay for the cost of changing the students?
Good question.
It's a good question to check. I absolutely don't know the answer.
And if they are going to be dictating what speeds we are, how does that affect what we did last year?
They've already endorsed the changes on the first round. The second round is now very close to that, the whole reform. In future states, they will actually control that. So that's the reason we're just talking stage 2.
But at least if they have endorsed the changes that we've put forward so far, chances are we're pretty much on the right tracks.
Correct.
So if they are going to take too long, maybe we just push it.
Yeah, through the chair, just to explain that for us to do stage 2, there's modelling involved, and that modelling is changing, hence why we stalled at this stage, because we'll spend money with consultants unnecessary, and NZTA will probably step over that and do it themselves anyway.
It saves us money. And thank you, Simon, for the clarification on the Chinese gardens, because I heard there some concerned people talking to me about that.
So we want to go back to the communities the next stage and partnership with DOC in terms of proposing a resolution. Yeah, we're trying to organise that in the next couple of weeks.
Can I?
Definitely the same target audience as last time.
Thank you.
Thanks, Simon. Would someone like to move that the updated action list be received? Councillor Davidson? Councillor Neal, those in favour?
Aye.
Move on to the next item on the agenda, which is item 7, and it's presentations. And it's a privilege to welcome to the Chambers the Enviro Schools program, Zoe Watson, and we have Cassie Agnew and 4 students, by the way. I wonder, Zoe, whether you could come forward to the presentation. I wonder if you could introduce the students to councillors along with the teacher, so that we know who we're dealing with.
Absolutely. Tēnā koutou, ko Zoe Watson Tōrua, good afternoon, Mayor and Deputy Mayor and councillors and staff and members of the public. Wow, what a turnout, and we've got people online as well. It's my absolute pleasure to be here today to share progress and highlights of the Enviro Schools program in the last year, and to give a bit of an overview and background for those who might need a bit of a refresher. And to back up this presentation today, I'm really grateful that we've got these St Mary's students and the teacher out of their busy classroom school life. So here's Cassie Agnew, and we have Jake here, and Liam Archer, we've got Sienna Muir and Isabella Stewart. And they'll be following my presentation, and they've put together some note cards. And I was having a little read over Isabella's shoulder, and she had a note to self: smile and breathe. So a good reminder. Thank you for coming along today. So we'll move into the presentation. So just moving through to this third slide. So a little overview about EnviroSchools. It's a holistic framework that supports the development of resilient, connected and sustainable communities. Through EnviroSchools, children and young people plan, design and implement a wide range of sustainable projects in collaboration with their communities. Our schools and centres sign up to be part of a long-term journey, and a facilitator works alongside these centres and schools to integrate and embed their projects, their practices and their programs, so that they're not just one-off projects, that they become part of the whole of the school life. We're not a prescriptive program, and we're quite responsive to the needs of schools and our communities. Next slide, please. So a little about our organisational model. So from the bottom up, and you just need to click through this one. We have our national hub comprising of the Toimata Foundation in partnership with Te Mauri Tau, and our major funder is MFV, so we get that central government funding. Our regional coordination is across the country, and we're mostly employed by regional councils. We have quite a comprehensive facilitator network, and these facilitators, of course, are supported by the regional coordinators. And our schools and centres invest staff time and resources in their EnviroSchools journey, and communities contribute voluntary time and resources. And I'll share some examples of these later in the presentation. We operate at quite a significant scale, and you can see the participation there. 12% of our early childhood centres, 42% of primary and 31% of secondary nationwide, and you'll see the stats for the rest of it shortly. All of this contributes to thousands of innovative projects and behaviour and lifestyle changes. Next slide, please. So over 80% of our councils nationwide are funding the EnviroSchool program, and Westland District Council has been contributing since 2016, and we've been steadily growing that support from Westland District Council. This is a slide about our latest census in 2017, and this was part of a 5-year research and evaluation program. In essence, this census highlighted how valued our program is. 76% of our network responding, and that a wider range of children, young people and adults are involved in EnviroSchools, and also that EnviroSchools is positively influencing a wide range of sustainability outcomes. Nothing like a presentation without a few technological pictures.
Councillor Kennedy, could you tell the children here what that massive great piece of wood is in behind you?
The Woodham Shield looks like you're back on.
Gotcha. I love it.
So from our census, it really highlighted the wide range of actions that schools and centres are taking. So yeah, this learning and action is happening across all of these areas, and all Enviro schools are involved in 3 or more of these areas, and on average they are involved in 9 of these areas. Our West Coast schools are high performers, and many are around that 9 areas, and we'll see some examples of these shortly. So our model for the West Coast is that our regional implementation, we're subsidised heavily by the Toinata Foundation and Department of Conservation in the absence of regional council support. We're the only region in New Zealand that doesn't receive regional council funding for regional coordination. We're very pleased that all 3 of our district councils are on board, and Westland District Council is our staff with funding. As funding increases, and so too the number of schools that we can support. And we do have significant waiting lists coastwide for schools wanting to be part of the program. You can see the participation stats there, and 15 Enviro schools in total, 10 schools, one of those is an area school, and 5 early childhood centres. So our strategy has been really focused on that behaviour change from the outset, working with early childhood, that flow through to primary, and as we can, starting to bring on secondary schools. Thank you. So a photo from our presentation last year with some Hokitika primary students. So our situation in Westland is we have 6 Enviro schools, and I'm in discussions with staff at Westland District Council to increase that number, hopefully by 4 schools this year. So that's over 500 students and staff involved in the program in Westland. So some examples of our program in action. Zero waste is one of our key areas that we support learning and action with. And as we are a holistic program, we really believe that rethinking and reducing waste is a symptom of living more sustainably. So as it's not just about recycling, it's that more sustainable lifestyles can be much more effective than just teaching recycling. The range of zero waste actions is widespread at our schools and centres. All of them have recycling systems in place, but it's not just recycling. A sample or examples of the innovative solutions that they have are around composting, chooks, akashi, composting, waste reduction systems, waste minimisation policies for events, and we're seeing this flow on effect out to families, out to the school communities, and getting those comments back from schools. We conduct annual waste reviews with each of our centres and schools, so it's a snapshot of how much waste they're producing, and strategising with the kids to come up with ways they can further divert waste from landfill. And this is student driven, so it's young people coming up with these ideas and being supported by adults to see the rollout of waste minimisation practices. Photo down the bottom left is one of my first waste audits I conducted at Karaneri School back in 2013. We've got these large samples of data now of waste minimisation happening and decreasing that amount of waste to landfill. The photo at the bottom in the middle there is of a zero waste kit that we received a grant for to create, and so that can be lent out to schools to support their inquiry around zero waste. And at the bottom right there, a photo of some tamariki from Kids First Hokitika with a copy of Papatua Nuku Has a Tummy Ache, which their teacher Annette Copping wrote, and she's on the 3rd print run now. And this highlights our role in looking after the environment, ensuring that we play our part, and also addressing some of the issues around the Fox River clean-up. Next slide, please. So another one of our initiatives is the Native Nursery Program. So this began in 2017 with some funding that we applied for along with Conservation Volunteers NZ, and this enabled us to build 7 nurseries coastwide, 3 of which are in Westland. Each of these nurseries can hold up to 1,000 seedlings. And the plants so far have been used for a variety of projects, including West Coast Penguin Trust restoration or habitat restoration, planting on the cycleway, sharing with early childhood centres, Heritage Park mudfish railway planting, and riparian planting for farmers, particularly connected with the Kokotari Kōwhirarangi School. In August this year, we're planning a Noho Marae to really find ways that we can contribute to the Arahura River restoration project. So that's something we're really putting some time and effort into at the moment. Thank you. Sustainable coastlines, you might have seen some of our school groups and community members out on the beach cleaning up. It's not just a clean-up. Students are applying rigorous scientific methods to walk along the beach, collect the rubbish, and then to separate it into groups and contribute this data to a national database, which is being utilised to inspire and motivate change. I won't talk too much about this because St Mary's students are going to talk about their experience of the sustainable coastlines work. But I really just wanted to say that this has been a fantastic opportunity for our West Coast EnviroSchools community, and that it's also been rolled out to community workshops. So EnviroSchools has been quite key in ensuring people are making the most of these workshop opportunities, and it's great to see that the schools are making that connection between what they create at school potentially can end up on beaches. So we really need to work at minimising, especially single-use plastics, but our waste management. Fish on drains. Hopefully you've seen these fish. This project, whilst it says there it was initiated in 2015, the learning behind it began in 2012 at Carnegie School. They were really interested in whitebait restoration and rehabilitation, and that flowed into one of the students presenting to council, Emily Bailey, around getting fish on drains as a reminder to people, to visitors, of what goes down the drain potentially ends up in our waterways. Canary School has fundraised for these fish, and they've also been donated fish. And they're $10.50 a pop should you want to donate any more fish to Carnegie School. And these have been installed by the students around the town centre and around Carnegie, and we have plans to roll these out with some milk products and there's a few other hotspots. And they're also really keen to see the rollout of these fish to the wider Westland community. So hopefully the presentation so far has highlighted some of the ways that we contribute to the Westland District Council vision, working with the people of Westland to grow and protect our communities, our economy and our unique natural environment. Just a few photos here of some other ways that we're working with communities. So the one on the bottom left is from the Green Team, and the Green Team was a group initiated by Westland District Council as a way of sharing and promoting sustainable behaviours. Last year, at the end of last year, I ran a waste audit at Department of Conservation as a way to train the Green Team up on how to run a waste audit, looking at some of those issues around waste diversion, so that they could then go back to their workplaces, their organisations, and conduct some of the waste audits. The photo in the centre is from last week. We had an EnviroGroup leadership afternoon at Hokitika Primary, where 3 local EnviroSchools came together, and young people were learning skills around leadership, how to work as a team, and projects they could work on together to get more traction in Westland and in Brainerd. And it's really wonderful working with these young people. They're so passionate and excited about what they're doing, and I think that student empowerment is really clear to see as we progress on the EnviroSchools journey with them. The photo on the right, just a bit of a mention. Last year was particularly challenging for schools and for everyone for obvious reasons. We moved some of our professional development online, and we're really heartened to see just how dedicated our network is, turning up for meetings, collaborating, doing what they could to keep the EnviroSchools program alive in the schools. There's some ways that you can stay connected with what we're up to. So we've got a national website, enviroschools.org.nz. We put out regular newsletters on the West Coast, which you're welcome to subscribe to. And on the right, we have an Instagram feed. This is a national Instagram feed. I believe new students can come up now, so I'll stay with you. So would you like to come up, Isabella, and would you get to know one?
Hello, I'm Isabella from Street St. Mary's School, and I'm a student. I have Jake, Sienna, and Liam with me today to talk to you about what we love about EnviroSchools. We became an EnviroSchool last year, and 4 of us are part of our school environment. Our group is made up from senior students, and we are role models looking after our school, community, and environment. This slide is all about why we love being in EnviroSchool, and you can read some of the reasons here. The bottom photo is our students in the garden weeding. We made pumpkin soup during winter and shared it with the elderly in the flats.
Last year we did a beach clean-up with a difference. After cleaning up the beach, we sorted all the rubbish into different categories. We then loaded all the different types of rubbish in what was weighed in each category and put it into sustainable coastline website. We were really concerned how much rubbish we found, so we are planning to do something about it. Here is the information of our Sustainable Coastline Survey. Our group of 15 went down to the end of the beach front and set up an area 100 metres long by 70 metres wide for the survey. It took us around 30 minutes to walk up and down the survey area and collect all the rubbish. We are planning on repeating the survey once every term to collect such strong data to look at the issue of vision.
Since becoming EnviroSchool, we have been doing lots of learning about our local community and environment. We work with other cool organisations like the Sustainable Coastlines and other West Coast EnviroSchools. This picture is the website where we enter the information about the different types of rubbish we found. On this slide, you can read the information about the type of rubbish we found. We were shocked to find 863 items of rubbish in the survey area. It only weighed around 14 kilograms, as most of it was plastic, really, really small bits of soft and brittle plastic. We even found toys. We want to let others know that it is important to pick up litter around town, and this will grow out to the river and the beach. We all have to play a part. We want to thank you for letting us dispose of this rubbish for free. Thank you for listening to our presentation.
This is more on the screen there. And a bit further, there's the young man there. My councillors may wish to ask you some questions. So, councillors, that was a really interesting submission put forward there, or a presentation, and 863 items. That's a lot, isn't it? Do you realise that for every tonne of waste that you stop putting into landfills and you're helping, we as a council save $10 at the moment, but soon we'll be saving 50. That's massive. So $10 every time. I love it. Councillors, do anyone have a question? Deputy Mayor Carruthers.
Can't think of one.
Paul.
Terrific program, and yeah, it's frightening to see how much rubbish you picked up in that little spot. Well done. I just wonder from Zoe whether the South Westland schools are going to be involved.
Yeah, really good question. South Westland is an area we've been wanting to work with for some time, and the consideration there is we need more capacity. We need someone employed down in South Westland, so we've put that discussion on pause for the meantime. However, we are able to bring Haast School on board because Otago and Borough schools will be able to support them. So whilst we can't get into Fox and Trans, we're excited that we'll be able to bring on Haast. Yeah, we are in discussions with staff about that. We do have the waiting list in South Westland, it's just we need someone employed down in South Westland really to make that happen.
Councillor Martin.
Thanks for the presentation, team. I have a question. What was the most interesting piece of rubbish that you found on the beach? Blue Man? Where's Blue Man now?
He's in my room somewhere.
Thank you. Thanks for your presentation.
Councillor Hart.
Thanks for the presentation, guys. Very interesting about the coastline rubbish. Find that phenomenal. So yeah, keep up the good work.
Francois.
And no, I just want to thank you guys for doing a fantastic job. The presentation was amazing, and it's I'm so proud to see young folk like yourself getting involved at this early stage. So again, thank you very much.
Councillor Kennedy.
No, once again, well done there, team. It was really good. Keep up the good work. Zoe, I do have a question. What would be required for the regional council to get on board with this whole situation?
Great question. We need funding from the regional council, and anything would be a good start. We've not had much traction with our submissions to date, and any support that Westland District Council or leverage that council might have with the regional council would be really appreciated. I think the more the regional council hear the value of our program, hopefully the more likely they are to step up and support their communities.
No, perfect. I just think given the district councils within the regional council boundary are all supporting it, it's a bit remiss of them not to be supporting it as well. Cheers, Zoe.
Thanks.
Councillor Davidson.
Oh, look, great presentation. You guys are just leading the way. Fantastic. And what a great school to be able to do this thing. Well done, St. Mary's.
Councillor Hudson, interesting feedback in relation to South Westland. One of the jobs for nature could not provide the extra person. I just put that out. Any questions?
Well done. Yeah, this is a very important project, and it's going to be one of the major concerns in the world as we go forward. A couple of things. If you're ever in the South Westland and can get set up there, we've got a nice block of land that you're welcome to use. No matter, it's got creeks, ponds, and all sorts of it. It's any use to you, and we'll help as much as we can in any way. Yeah, and I myself was going to bring up what Councillor Kennedy said. why is not the regional council involved? Like it's bizarre, really. Yeah, so let's push and try and get them involved. Yeah.
Councillor.
Well done, I think it's fantastic, Zoe, the job that you're doing, and I hate biking along the roads and seeing all the litter along the side of the roads, and it's us Kiwis that have been chucking it out because we haven't got overseas tourists here. But I am pretty sure that you guys, when you go up, are going to be adding to that. I think that's what you're doing, Zoe, that's serious. What's your favourite part of the environment schools? Is it the gardening or the beach or?
Going down to the beach and enjoying the sun.
Yeah.
When we're in the garden and we get to clean it all out and we plant vegetables and grow food.
That pumpkin soup sounds so good. Is it going to happen again this winter? Yeah, what's your favourite part?
Probably helping in the garden. Probably just going down the beach and helping the environment.
How neat that you're learning and helping and enjoying it. Well done, you guys.
Can I just ask, so like what can we do as a South Westland area to, and yes, Smith have said that Jobs for Nature is probably a great way to get somebody down here to help you. Like, please contact me and we'll do as much as we can to get something done.
Yeah, I'd welcome discussions with councillors and ongoing discussions with staff, so it's make a meeting time.
Yes.
Councillors in gallery, I think she's got to be hands together for this one, isn't it? Councillors, can I get someone to move the presentation from Zoe Watson, the West Coast Regional Coordinator, and speakers from St Mary's School regarding the West Coast Enviro Schools be received? So Deputy Mayor Carruthers and Councillor Martin. Those in favour? Aye. An excellent presentation.
Your Worship, can we add an action to send a letter to the Regional Council ahead of their long-term planning process, advocating for them to get behind the Enviro Schools program?
Chief Executive, strategy there. Happy to, Your Worship. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Move on to the, we've got some presentations to make and it's, what we got here? Okay. I wondered if you could come forward and folks, Clifford has asked for the details of the presentation to be kept between himself and his family and so because we're live zooming, I'm proud of all this, but needless to say, this man is a local hero and it's with great pleasure, Clifford, that I presented the Community Services Award. Thank you so much for coming along and at some stage, if you wish to discuss with the councillors' background, I'm sure you won't mind if I do it in private. Yeah, but thank you so much. You've been you're an amazing guy. You're very humble. I just can't go. Cheers. Thank you very much.
All right.
Now, one of the St Mary's School children, John Houston's here. John, were you a St Mary's child?
Yeah,
oh, could you come forward?
long time ago that was.
Welcome, John. Thank you, Bruce. I've got a few notes here. John was St Mary's custodian until recently. He was the one person mowing the lawns at the Stafford Cemetery by hand at 80 years of age. And actually, I drove past you a couple of days ago and you were mowing yours at the front of the living room. Good, got to keep fit. Oh, great. You know, there are two words to describe John Houston, and these didn't come from me. A quiet achiever. He's been involved with St Mary's Parish for a very long time, from readings at the church services, being on the finance committee, being the maintenance man for years and years and years. John would have saved St Mary's Parish hundreds, well, thousands and thousands of dollars by being Mr Handyman and doing the work himself. Plus, it's common knowledge that much of the materials were paid for by John, but he never quite got round to claiming the expenses back. He's a quiet guy. He doesn't want to be recognised. He doesn't want recognition. He doesn't want acknowledgement. He just did the work. And what a great thing for our community. No one took any notice until he resigned this year. And he resigned early. I would have thought 90 would have been a more appropriate age, but he resigned early. And dare I say it, they've actually noticed that there's a whole lot of things that don't get done these days, John. And they're starting to appreciate you. Now, he was also the handyman at the Hokitika Golf Club for many years, doing lots and lots of maintenance work without anyone noticing. He's just out there, work gets done, he leaves. Same with the Stafford Cemetery. John, over the years, would go there, do a lot of cleaning, mowing, weeding, no fuss. He has a relative buried out there, and that's probably his motivation there. So John Houston, a quiet achiever. This is something, it's a small thing from our point of view and in your life, but we feel it's very appropriate. I can't think of a better person to award it to. John, thank you so much, and someone wants us to smile and take a photo. John, do you mind saying a few words?
Thank you very much, Bruce. It really came as a surprise to be nominated for this award. Must thank Dr. Anna, who was the proposer for me. As far as Stafford Cemetery is concerned, I have great-grandparents there, a wife, deceased wife. She has great-grandparents there. Charles Carey came along one day and says, John, will you come and look after the Catholic side of the cemetery? Because you know, the cemeteries are all, there's a Catholic side, there's a Presbyterian, there's an Anglican. And a Methodist. So I said, but the other three brothers. So it was good.
Can you hear them, Ryan, or have they frozen for you? Yeah.
sandwich if you'd like to do it. We love it.
A virtual sandwich for Francois
I just find that lady at the Councillors, will Diane, could you start the live stream again? That's right. Okay, thank you for that. Well, some interesting presentations there, councillors. Next item on the agenda is item number 7, and it's the Glacier Country verbal update from Joe Green. Joe, all yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. So just to give you a bit of background, on the 5th of February, PwC sent out a survey to all Glacier Country businesses, and that is everything from Potterroa down to Lake Markey, with a range of questions. The reason for the survey was because we kept hearing about the issues down there and the lack of tourism. The lack of tourism was the issue, but what was eventuating out of that was the social structure of the community was actually dying. So we sent out a survey between the 5th and the 12th of February, and we received 103 responses, which was actually 59% of all businesses responded. The key results of this survey was that we found out that there was various impacts. First of all, the economic one, that was 15.5% of businesses are no longer operating. 16 businesses had already closed because of COVID. Businesses that were operating at an average of about 20% compared to what their normal years were. 73% of the businesses had to reduce their staff because of COVID, and I'll just walk through some of those numbers shortly. And 62% of the businesses indicated that they would not survive the next 6 months without additional support. So putting those percentage into numbers, 518 jobs have already been lost in Glacier Country, which is a massive amount. So I'm just going to a different screen here. So that was 393 full-time jobs, 106 part-time and 19 casuals. Now, of the businesses that aren't going to survive the next 6 months without support, that would be another 195 jobs. What that would leave would be 128 people employed between Potterroa and Lake Markey. So if you listen to those numbers, it is very, very sobering. So that's the economic impact. What we did was actually look at what the social impact was. Currently, 19 students are potentially lost from local schools because their caregivers are no longer employed. If you're not employed down there, there's nothing much else to do. 38 volunteers are potentially lost. This is meaning that the fire services are operating on short staff, which is increasing their times to both fires and to car accidents. And 264 people we are aware of have already left the community. Once that starts snowballing, what you'll find is that the binman can't operate, the shop can't operate, and it just starts disintegrating. Businesses have been taking action to try to survive, and that action is 80% of businesses have taken different ways of pivoting their business. I don't particularly like the word pivoting, but it's the only one that describes it best. And that pivoting could be anything from going online, it could be completely reconfiguring their business and looking at what other opportunities there is for the domestic market. 92% of businesses utilised the wage subsidy, 40% of businesses received support through RBP and Regional Business Partner, and that was the fully funded for COVID release. 70% of businesses received Hallmark funding, and 41% of businesses received a small business cash flow loan from the IRD. When we were down in Glacier Country and we asked them about the loans, a lot of them said they don't want any more loans because they don't know whether they're going to survive to be able to pay the money back, and nobody wants to go any further into debt when there's no more tourism or no more customers for them to actually pay any loans back. 7% of businesses received rent relief, and 24% of businesses have utilised Jobs for Nature. The Jobs for Nature has been excellent for that community because what it has done is managed to keep businesses operating and keep people in the community. Support that was needed. We asked this question, a lot of them said reintroduction of the wage subsidy, financial support from government, grants, interest-free loans, even though the majority of them didn't want the loans, they preferred the grants, if anything. And creation of a special economic zone, and that's because how far does this go out? Tax, GST, ACC compliance relief, because irrespective of if you reduce your staff, you still have compliance costs on what is left. Rates relief from the council, the increase in the Jobs for Nature or other flexible working programmes, infrastructure projects, and wellbeing support. Wellbeing support is a very important one because the mental wellbeing of South Westland is deteriorating, and because people do not know whether they're going to survive. So as a result of the survey, what we did was wrote a letter to Minister Nash outlining what the various opportunities were to save the social fabric of the Glacier Country. What we asked for was a package that came to 35 million, which covered the Glacier Country for a year. And what that did was give us a chance just to survive until borders open, taking it forward. So we asked for wage subsidy to a total of 12 million. We asked for 368,000 in regional business partner support. We asked for government assisted rate relief. Therefore, this would not be on the council, it would be government provided. The reason we didn't want it on the council was because the council would have to find that money elsewhere. So therefore, the rest of the cost would have to pick that up. So we have asked for government to provide rate relief for that specific economic zone. Government assistance compliance relief, and this is for such as insurance, CAA compliance, anything that the business has to pay for, irrespective of whether it's operating or not. Dock concession, currently there is a dock concession relief already happening until June, so we've just asked if this could carry on for the rest of the year. And government bank finance guarantee, that's trading banks would be reluctant to utilise the 80% business finance guarantee loan for tourism businesses, using the same criteria as the above scheme, creating a non-bank lending scheme until 2021, and to allow Development West Coast to lend to Glacier Country businesses, providing another finance option. So that was put to them. An economic crisis support manager, so that is employment of a resourcing of an economic crisis support linked to either DWC or the council here, to be based in Glacier Country for 2 years. And that is literally having somebody on the ground in Glacier Country interacting and liaising with all the various government agencies. A mental health advisor, again, providing funding to the West Coast PHO to locate a mental health advisor in the community for 1 year, just for the mental well-being, because currently there is no mental health support down in Glacier Country, and with it being very remote, it is a concern. An infrastructure project, funding set aside, we've requested 20,000, and that is for a cycleway between Okamito to Fox Glacier.
20 million.
Okamito to Franz Joseph to Fox Glacier.
20 million.
20 million. Yeah.
20,000.
20 million. I've got that. Wait, you can try and do it for 20,000. So that went up to Minister Nash last week, and we had discussions with various media outlets which were embargoed until today, and you will now see in the press that Minister Nash had 1 week to mull over what we asked before it went to the media. Any questions?
Can I kick things off, please? So part of the Westland region is Haast and Jackson's Bay. Now, why have you not bothered to go down there and talk to them, or why weren't they included in the survey? Or in the proposals as well, the economic zone or whatever? The tourism operators down in Haast and Jackson's Bay, reading this, they've been completely ignored. They'll be pissed off. I'm pissed off. Why? Do you own them at? Like, why didn't you go down and talk to them?
The survey was done because it was distance from an airport. And the issue that we're having with the glacier country is the travel distance. Haast is still receiving through Queenstown and Wanaka, and from the interaction which I've been having with operators in Haast, is that yes, they are hurting, but not to the same extent as glacier country.
You might be talking to different people than I.
Yeah.
Let's go around the table. We'll start with Deputy Mayor Travis. Do you have any observations or questions?
Is there any group in glacier country? I mean, do they have some sort of group?
Glacier Country Tourism Group.
Is that a group of business owners?
Yes.
And so what's their view about the future? How do they support? Do they agree with the request you put into the ministry?
Yes. So when we did this, it was initiated at a meeting between Glacier Country Tourism Group, the council, and Development West Coast, because of their concern of what was happening within the Glacier Country region. So therefore, we had the discussion at that meeting, and that was the let's have a look at the social impact rather than the economic impact, because every part of New Zealand can argue the economic impact, but it's actually maintaining the social fabric which was the concern, and that's why. So the Glacier Country Tourism Group co-chairs have actually signed the letter as well.
I understand that the Minister, in relation to requests made by other affected areas like Queenstown and Te Anau, for example, who have been similarly affected, that the government is not really interested.
We're not asking for tourism relief. What we are asking for is
it doesn't matter what you call it. Call it what you like.
Okay.
It's a question of money.
Yeah.
And my feeling is that the government's not that interested in tipping money into an endless black hole, as they would probably perceive it. And if that's the case, what happens then?
I think the survey tells you what will happen then. Glacier Country will no longer exist.
Surely it will.
If you've only got 128 people employed, not unless everyone wants to go on a benefit and just, unfortunately, I can't answer what the government will be doing. Time will tell. But they've been given the facts now rather than,
So do you know how the situation in Glacier Country compares with the situation in, say, Queenstown? Is it of a similar scale? Do you understand?
Similar, but the difference is Queenstown has an airport. It doesn't have the travel distance. So what you will find is people will come over here for weekend. No offence, they'll go to Haast for weekend because it is a driving distance. They won't travel that extra hour and a half whether it's 3 hours from Christchurch to here, 4.5, I know it doesn't sound much, but it makes a big difference. Queenstown has easy access. Tiarnau doesn't, so Tiarnau is in a very similar position.
Thank you. Yes, Joe's, that's exactly the problem, isn't it? Is that places are halfway to nowhere in a situation like this. Queenstown has the luxury of an airport. It's flying in every day. Those planes going over top of here from Auckland, flying down there, so they're getting the domestic tourism. So the handling in Queenstown really is a little bit hollow. But Tiarnau is, I understand, in the same situation, so we're not alone.
We're not.
In that respect, we're in the government's hands, really, and we just have to wait and see what Minister Nash brings out of his knapsack on Tuesday when he's here. So let's see. But so yeah, there is that. But at the same time, if anyone thinks that that the glacier towns that we have now are going to be sustained at this size, drown.
Agree.
Has to, unfortunately, and the harsh reality, it has to find an equilibrium in this climate, and it will. But that doesn't absolve the government at all from not coming to help in some respect. The government had no problem with the lolly scramble last year. There was millions and millions of dollars that were spent on various type of projects really that didn't. Projects that really haven't had any impact whatsoever, I would suggest, on the effects, the true effects of COVID. But here we have the effects of COVID that are hitting home in a real cruel way, and the government shouldn't be part of this. But let's see what the ministers say.
Councillor Martin.
Thanks for the report, Joe. Are we working together on this?
Yes.
Because the reason I ask is it's great getting a briefing now, which I also got this morning when I read the news. So I don't know how we can make it better in the future. So I appreciate there was an Economic Development Committee meeting that ran over last week before. But we need to be far more aligned. We need to do better by that in the future, so we can all be singing off the same song sheet. And it might not just be our staff either. I think it might be we can probably, and certainly our Southwestern-based councillors and stuff, to understand the direction we're heading in, because it kind of was like, oh, we're over here now. There was kind of snippets of where we're heading in that direction anyway, but it was suddenly a big jump to get this, embargoed report out, yesterday.
I acknowledge that. The mayor and his council CE were involved in the discussions, as were Glacier Country Tourism Group. The press release was embargoed until today, and the report wasn't released further than a certain group until today, for the sole reason of we didn't want the minister to feel like he was being bullied, and to give him time to digest the information which was provided. Totally agree with what you're saying. However, the further you go with communication, the harder it is to control a message, and it was a very important message that we were trying to control here.
Paul might not like this comment, but I think we probably can be trusted more than the media in terms of releasing confidential information, because that's how we actually became privy of it, not through local media, through national media. And it catches you off guard. If you get asked for a comment on something, you go, well, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
So appreciate we can both understand, both parties, I think, that we probably need to do a bit better by that in the future. And just sometimes pushing it to our staff doesn't necessarily capture the range of views, like in this forum. So finding a way to do that in the future would be really good. I think the intent's correct. Everyone wants the best by South Westland. How we're achieving that at the moment seems a bit disjointed.
Acknowledge the people in this room feel like that. However, the people of South Westland were communicated with. And yeah.
Just through worship, just to clarify, Joe was meant to talk at the Economic Development Committee last week about this very topic, and unfortunately ran out of time. So the intention was to get it in front of the committee and once again it comes around to timing and having it digested before the minister does arrive early next week. So I was hoping it would be released tomorrow, not today, so we actually had a chance to view it today. It is what it is. And just to clarify, the meeting that has been talked about with Lacey Country was Simon, myself, and DWC the group, and I think we met for 50 minutes, did we? I don't recall any other involvement.
At this level now, but DOC have been involved.
We're not DOC.
MSD have been involved.
Okay,
has been involved.
I just wanted to clarify. Councillor Hart.
Thanks, Joe. I'm a bit of the same opinion as Councillor Martin. I would have appreciated a bit of a heads up before seeing it this morning. But just a question on the, obviously we only got sort of that 60% response to the survey. So the stats, you know, say the 518 jobs that have been lost, that's obviously only over that. So the potential could be quite.
It could be greater.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we're actually, you know, it's because the survey actually raises a lot more questions than answers, really, and but it does give it does give some facts and of the situation down there. But yeah, I don't know what the answer is.
Councillor Kennedy, you were one of our southern representatives. You were involved in the process.
A little bit, a couple of meetings here and there, but like everyone else, I saw the report last night. Now, in terms of, so you've written to Minister Nash, what, you reckon $35 million will tide it over. Is that right?
It'll keep the social fabric alive, yes. It's not going to save every business.
Yep, no, that's sweet. Where do you see Development West Coast's role in maintaining the social fabric of the West Coast?
Very loaded question there. Development West Coast is there to support and enhance businesses and also the West Coast. However, we cannot save every single business.
No, that's all right. What I'm angling at here is you've got $35 million. Perhaps it may be time to put your money where your mouth is and do some damage, because the likelihood of Stuart Nash copping up the cash, I think, is minimal. Cheers.
Yeah, I think we should give Minister Nash an opportunity to respond. We haven't got $35 million. We've asked them to provide $35 million to the Glacier Country Economic Zone.
Francois.
Oh, look, I could rattle on for ages, but just echoing everyone's view, you know, I found out by the media, which, and for my sins, I sit on both groups and knew nothing about it. And I sort of, you know, I think at the end of the day, we need to be joined up and working together across the region, otherwise we're going to go backwards. We're going to go nowhere fast. So whilst what happened, I'd expect that there'd be better communication going forward. And we're not, I guess, caught with our pants down and hearing it on the media. So, yeah, kia ora.
Francois, have you been involved at iwi level?
Yeah. Yes.
Councillor Davidson.
Yeah, she's it's a fairly sad state of an affair down there. You know, there's no doubt about that. Not only you losing the resources, but the human resources are disappearing, which has a domino effect on the community, like to the fire brigade and schooling and things like that. So the only thing that we can do is really get in behind government and really encourage that support until the borders open up, because the only way that it can come through is government funding. So we've got to help and push along those lines.
Councillor Hartsham, you're a Southern representative.
Yeah, a couple of questions. I was at the meeting down there that you had. The monkey survey went out and so on, and that's where you produced these figures from off the making.
Yeah.
So how did you get those figures? Like, because specifically at that meeting we sort of suggest it was around the table, every business was unique in what their need was. So was there actually, did somebody actually go to those businesses to say, well, how much money do you need? What's going to happen there? Or I'm just curious how the numbers come up.
It was a basic math. So what we did was we asked what support the businesses needed. They all came back, how many staff they had, specific information about compliance, so if they needed compliance, and then we did a math. As I said, not every business is going to survive, but it was, we took what were the main responses that they were looking for.
Did those businesses put a monetary into the
No, the government already had a monetary amount, such as, so with the rates relief, we asked the council what would that be, so we got the actual amount for that. With the wage subsidy, we did how many staff were employed within that region, we did the monetary amount via that. So it was actually a calculation from the. It's a
pretty ad hoc calculation, because those businesses are paying leases, or how do you know those numbers to make that work? It's one thing I'm sort of questioning. And the other thing is that Glacier Country is quite fractured.
Yes.
And as late as about 2 hours before this meeting, I had an executive member ring me, and he's never been a part of any of these meetings. Any emails, it's a dog's breakfast. Seems to be a few people in the corner doing all the talking and not really corresponding with the Glacier Country members and with their executives. So how can it work properly? I'm just pointing this out so everyone knows that there's a major problem.
I find it concerning when you say we're not interacting with our executives when their executives signed the letter.
No. Who signed the letter? All the executives.
And two of the executives,
the chair,
the
co-chairs, yes. Yep. And the co-chairs I know for one person, the executive, been sending emails, and he's had one reply. And he's a big business in the band in the town. There's major problems there. So I'm saying at that meeting we had down there, everybody in the room, all those businesses there, said treat us all individually different. There's no one way of sorting this out. Yeah. So I'm very pleased with going for money and all that, but it's got to be more transparent.
And that is why we've asked for an economic support person to be based in the community going forward, because writing to government, here's 170 different options for each individual business.
No, you didn't have to do that. You had to correlate it down there and put it in your stuff. That's all you had to do, was talk to those businesses, because pre to COVID, I don't know one business that was in a financial strife down there. They're all humming. So,
they would probably disagree with you. They were humming prior to the bridge washout. They were humming prior to Mount Hercules.
Yeah, so everyone takes a dive here and there. But after COVID, Well, pre-COVID, everyone's got rose tinted glasses on. It's all tickety-boo. So, yeah, I'm pleased what you're doing, but I don't think it's been done correctly. You need to actually be, as a council, over the bloody thing. Richard Ben sent me 2 emails, and I replied to one. He asked me if I got his emails, and I said, well, I've been too busy on the ground talking to the businesses. Haven't heard from him since. He's a co-chair. I haven't heard from Rob Jewell. So that's my little statement.
Well, you and Councillor Kennedy are the people that were South Westland to represent them at council level. I would have thought you'd have been heavily involved. Councillor Neal.
Yes, interesting conversations. I mean, I hear what the other councillors are saying about that lack of catching everyone in the network. I wonder what difference it would have made to the end result of asking, and presumably the figures that you're asking for are still going to be divvied up. Yes. There's a lot of work obviously to be done in divvying them up if the money does come through. So I would think that some of the consultation and finding out from the other businesses will still happen.
Definitely.
So yeah, good luck getting the money, I guess. Because although Queenstown must still be going well with the airport there, there's still going to be a lot of missing out as well. I guess one concern, I couldn't really see it in your figures, was every year around March, April, lots of people leave the JC region anyway. So how much of those, I'd like to see those figures to compare. So how many, the loss of jobs, how many is it that people can come back into the season review? The long-term ones. So.
Yeah, so quite a few of the ones who did respond said they normally would have recruited this number of people, but they haven't this year. So that's in the survey data, in the responses rather than the high level. Thank you.
Thanks, look, listening around the table, the report confirms what we were aware of in March of last year. 80% less tourists in the area, 80% too many beds, 80% too many restaurants. It's clear that the report, there's some discussion around the report. I would have thought that as a development agency, development partner, that working with our elected representatives would have been a high priority, and conveying the draft report, etc., to the people who are elected here, very important. Clearly, we all want the same thing. The major part that I'm interested in is the way forward. The report is silent on rebranding. It's silent on potential gondola. It's silent on a centre of excellence for conservation. I mean, the reality is we can't alter what's happening going backwards, but we need to plan going forward. I would like to ask councillors' consent to write a letter to Mark Davies at Department of Conservation seeking him to restart the review of the National Park Management Plan, because while it's in limbo at the present time, we're unable to, even the Glacier Gondola project is unable to do anything, not even able to get to final concept stage. So if councillors would agree to that, I'd like to write a letter to Mark supporting him in getting the process going. So are there any objections to that?
That plan is many years out of date.
Not an objection, Worship, a clarification.
Yep.
That the Westland National Park Management Plan has been put on back burner because the department has to do the conservation management strategy, CMS.
Yeah.
They have to do that first, and that's a very long and horrible process. Been there before.
And it's stalled at the moment.
It's our friends in Forest and Bird have insisted that the CMS goes first, and the National Park Management Plan must follow after that. They did it with Punakaiki as well. That's the hold up. Until the process, as I understand it, is until the Department of Conservation does the CMS, they can't finish the National Park Management Plan, and until the management plan is finalised, no gondola.
Goodness me. So we really want you to be writing to Mark Davies to support him in that process, because he hasn't asked for support. However, he's at the front line, and I believe we should support him.
Is there any chance of mentioning that Centre of Excellence or something like that in a separate letter, or push?
It's in all the notes that.
Yeah, I know. But
it didn't seem to go anywhere.
The local manager's very keen on it down there, so
include that.
Well, if we can, yeah. Yes.
I think it's more valuable to include in the gondola. I can't see why you put a gondola up. It's just for Fox at the moment. Because there's not a lot of people down here.
Well, my opinion, this is only my opinion, is that when the COVID situation is sorted out, the rebound in New Zealand will be twice what any of you think it's going to be. We're going to have tourists like you wouldn't believe. We will be the playground of the world. So it's not so much supporting the gondola project as opposed to having in place the management or the planning process, so that if somebody wishes to pursue that, they can actually go through a process and with some degree of certainty as to what the process is.
And that's where it's very important to be able to save the glacier region, because when it rebounds, the government's going to get the money back.
Yeah, for us, I think we've got to be focused forward. The report's good because it provides a written basis for what we all talked about in March.
I'd like to see us, Richard, maybe in our letter, inviting Mark to come along to council and discuss the matter with us. I think it would be valuable to have a discussion. Council have a discussion with Mark as the operations director of DocU about these issues, because so much of their operations centred in the Basque Country.
You happy with that, Simon? Okay. Are there any other questions of Joe or Daphne?
One more. One more before Joe runs off. Sorry, Joe. This COVID recovery role, is that going to proceed as well? Is that a priority for DWC to actually have someone on the ground in Westland, particularly South Westland?
I think it's a priority.
Thank you.
Just one more. Paul, you ready to say?
Thank you. All I wanted to say was that I think we need to be careful to not shoot the messenger. Yeah, and in my role, it's an occupational hazard. But Joe, to be fair, and as Chief Executive said before, Joe did come to the Economic Development Committee last week, prepared to disclose this report to us. The meeting wasn't Joe's fault, the meeting went over time and she had to leave. And so that, I've just put that out as a reminder. And also, it's if there's dysfunction in the way that the glacier country is being represented currently, there's never been a better time than now to sort it out. It has to be sorted out there, Councillor Hartshorn. Can't be sorted out at this table. It has to be amongst you fellas. Yeah, I'll just put that out there.
And very good. Very good. Well, Joe, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Thanks, Joe.
It is a good report.
Thank you.
Okay, so it's all like to move. Where are we? top there. Like, someone like to move that the verbal update from Joe Rooney, Economic Development Manager from Development West Coast, be received. Councillor Martin, do I have a seconder? Councillor Neal, those in favour?
Aye.
Thank you.
Worship, are we moving the letter?
Yes. Would you like to move it?
And we invite Mark to the next council meeting?
Okay, so 2 action points out there. Well, let's start off with moving a letter of support to Mark.
What is it, a letter of support or a letter inquiring as to where the process currently sits? I don't think we know where it sits.
Well, we'd like it to.
So I'd make a suggestion, should we just invite Mark to the next meeting from there next year?
That might be a good idea.
And if in fact we end up with an action, he may request a letter of support.
Yes.
Or he may not. He's a government employee, government civil servant, and they don't generally do it. So I want to go out there and say, hey, get on with this. It's important. The action point out there then is that we'll invite them to for a get together to discuss before we. Okay. Move on to what's the next item? Financial performance. Our Chief Executive's quarterly report. Sorry, Simon. It's on pages 9 to 25 of your agenda. Okay, it's all yours.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll take the report as read, but I just want to cover off a number of priority aspects of the report. We had a minor blip in regards to COVID, obviously with the Auckland community cases last week. Fortunately, it was only a 3-day impact on everyone outside of Auckland for level 2. So just to reassure Council that we still operate at a very high level. That there's no interruption to business as usual for Council during a level 2. Huge loss and congratulations to the team that we have Middle Task Force for Jobs. Westland Inspire to Aspire Northern Careers Day held last Thursday. For those that have went along would have appreciated how much effort and how much, I suppose, public interaction eventuated from that event. We had multiple schools and community members and community groups attend that day, and hopefully there's some engagement and future careers that come out of it. Just in regards to the Mural Task Force for Jobs, the fund of $500,000 is pretty well exhausted, well in advance of expectations. It supported 60 positions within that short time frame across 37 different businesses and 25 different industry training opportunities as well. So great work for that team. I just want to touch on the provincial development unit funding and a snapshot of the projects we've got underway. Fox Glacier landfill. Now this is well advanced now. Just feedback over the last few days, the volume we anticipated was only 14,500 tonnes. Looks like based on the current status it's going to well exceed that. This obviously will impact on the total budget, but we're looking at least 18,000 tonnes, which is obviously that was always a scientific guess in terms of the total tonnage that was in there, but as we obviously expose more, we can find more. We're still evaluating and getting the design work for butlers. We're hoping still to have that within the allocated budget. We haven't yet to quantify that yet. They're still looking to go out for tender in the near future. Once again, real big thanks to the team that have been involved with the Fox River cleanup. Been around 16 staff involved in it. This is obviously work also generated through gas leak guides. So that work is almost finished, will be finished by the end of early March. And with special thanks to Service Cartage that has donated a number of badges and some cartage at free cost. Con Street extension, we are anticipating to start this work in March. There's been a few complications around the final design work, getting the contract locked off. On Christchurch Road, that's well advanced and going really well. Pretty well ahead of schedule, particularly for fine weather. Sealing operations will be happening in some areas very shortly. Jackson Bay Wharf, this is turned into a bigger beast than we anticipated. So the Dows have done a Isaacs now, we've done a very, very comprehensive review of all the structure, including under sea inspections and some drilling in terms of the foundation works. It's found that some of the bracing and air work is actually bottom internally, which is not very clear from outside. So there is, we will spend up to the maximum of the budgets being allocated and have further discussions with Crown infrastructure partners and hopefully get further funding to complete that work. It is quite a sizable expense to do the rest of the work. Our focus now is just to make sure that the causeway is fully repaired and functional. Hokitika swimming pool, once again, this has actually turned out to be a rather large project as well in terms of cost. We are looking at project timing, but it's likely this is now going to be broken into two phases. One is the internal phase, which is the swimming pool restoration. The second phase will be the building of the changing rooms in front of the house. Still waiting to quantify what that program actually is. So we'll have to move next week to finalise, get close to finalising the program of work. Fox water treatment plant, we have a document I'll take it today for council to consider confidential. We're ready to award the tender for that. Good work on the Arahoa water, so that's Process Flow Limited. It was contracted on 15th September. We're now expecting this project to be started and completed by the end of August. Big amount of work on the Three Waters reform. The team's done an extremely great job of putting all the information required for that Three Waters reform information package that Department of General Affairs has asked. So pretty well will have right up to Christmas and soon after Christmas those numbers are crashed out. And the next stage is a workshop on the 23rd of March in Christchurch with some of the outcomes of that. And in May we expect some of the models to be discussed with council. There's a number of other activities, and I'll take them as read. I just want to also highlight the Carnegie building. As alluded to councillors a few weeks ago, we were unfortunately unable to come to an agreement with the closed tenderer, so we're going to go out and re-tender for this work in an accelerated process. So we're into week 2 of that tender process now. 4 targeted tenderers in that process, and we hope to have that completed next week for a review. And the big piece of work seen in finance is obviously the long-term plan. As we've alluded every 3 years, there's amounts of work to get through a long-term plan completed and audited and adopted. So we are currently just completed department budgets yesterday, and we'll be reviewing those today on Monday with staff and workshopping with council in the near future. I just want to highlight the amount of staff. There's a lot of recruitment has been completed. We're bringing on some really quality staff into council. Unfortunately, at the same time, we've had 4 departures and 1 imminent. So Louis is the imminent one. So Louis has unfortunately resigned and will be leaving council late March. So we'll be looking to replace Louis. Unfortunately, he won't be at the next council meeting. I find it quite convenient. I'm sure you will. So the main focus of new staff is to beef up the project delivery. As you can aware, we have a significant program of projects and the asset management team, and also the documentation that sits alongside We also have appointed a new museum director who will be joining us in March as well, and obviously the new planners. Take any questions?
Probably start off first, Councillor Spade. I'm sure I can express to Louis the disappointment that you're going, but the acknowledgement that you have to do what's right for you. You've done us proud. You really have done a great job, and I'm personally very disappointed to see you go. But hey, we all have to do what's right for us. Well done while you've been here. We'll go around the other side. How about you, Councillor Lee?
Yeah, well, I was going to make the same sort of comment, Bruce. Yeah, sorry to see you go. Brilliant. Keep your head done.
Do you have any comments on the Chief Executive's report?
No, I didn't actually. It was all very well covered stuff.
Councillor Hutchell.
No further comments. I've already told Louis he'd be missed.
Councillor Davis.
Thanks, Simon. Just on the swimming pool stage one, I understood that stage one was was going to be the new building and the facilities for changing, and stage two was going to be a pool.
So what
has that changed now?
No, it's the same philosophy.
Okay, thank you.
But stage one will be probably split into stage 1.1 and 1.2. In terms of the impact of doing a new building on stakeholders, we want to make sure that we do have a swimming season. So the initial program had almost 18 months of full closure. I don't want that. So what I'm looking to do is do it at 2 stages. So there's a lot of design work still to do with obviously the front of house and changing rooms. Won't be ready for this winter in time to get it completed. So we'll work through with the project team and the stakeholders in terms of timing to optimise both our program of work and also the use of the pool.
Thank you. Yeah, well done, Louis, and all the best with the lockdown up in Northland.
Francois, you're on the screen twice, but we'll give you one go.
Yeah, no, I suggest, Simon, we just lock the door and don't let him go. Tell him he can't go.
Yeah.
But actually, Louis, it's been a pleasure. And all the best to you. Simon, the report comprehensive, which is great. Thank you. And I just want to acknowledge you and the amount of work that's going on, and summary that you gave. Excellent. It's quite exciting. So thank you to you and the team.
Councillor Kennedy.
Thanks, Simon. Just a couple of questions. So the Cron Street extension, who's doing that work, do you know?
Yeah, it's sorry.
So through the chair, it's Gift Construction. So the application was specifically for funding was through the developer doing the work. So
okay.
Just to confirm that this will be listed with council and that part of their work's underway as well.
Okay, no, that's cool. Now the staffing update. Once all whatever is written in there happens, how many full-time equivalents will there at the council?
62.
62. And how many were there last year? 61?
Budgeted 55.
55 last year. Another thing is we've got 3 building control officers being replaced with 1. Is that sufficient, you think?
No, there's 2 still vacant, positions still to be recruited.
Okay, sweet. And just another question, do we take exit interviews with our staff?
Yes, we do.
Is it possible to get a copy confidentially sent of the exit interviews with the building control officers to the councils? Because I want to know why we're leaving.
Some of those are confidential, so we can't share those with outside.
Even without the councillors?
No, it's HR process. We'll take the learnings from that and share that with councillors if that's all right.
Yeah, well, I would like to know why we have such a high turnover there. Otherwise, thank you.
Just to confirm, they've all left for different reasons. There's no one burning platform, if you understand what I'm talking about.
Councillor Hart.
Yeah, thanks, Simon. Really comprehensive report, and I have no further questions.
Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thanks, Simon, for the report. It is comprehensive. It provides an opportunity to ask lots of questions, so just bear with me, please. It's very thorough on the Ms Tussles jobs work. I think I support that kaupapa continuing. I think council needs to get right behind it and lobby for the future. More money and faster release of that money. The infrastructure projects are very thorough. I just want to talk about the pool because I can't help but wonder whether we're actually, although it's grant funded, whether we are in fact doing the right thing. And I say this in reference to Carnegie, where we started on a $800,000 project, which has ballooned into a multi-million-dollar project. And I think that I don't know strategically if we've got this right with the swimming pool, repairing an old asset as opposed to building a new one, when the cost of doing a new pool would in fact not be ridiculous. And I think that's a discussion to have with the community as part of the long-term plan. But that's all I want to say on that. I'm not on the Capital and Project Tenders Committee. I'm sure they've evaluated the life of a pool, the current infrastructure requirements of that network, the fact it was built in the 60s and the pipes are added and the boiler fails at least once a year. So I'm sure all those things have been considered and a really appropriate approach has been made. But I love the concept, visually looking at it, the idea of having a pool on the sea beach, that sort of factor that has increased attendance, bigger swim school, all those, the aspirational stuff. We need a pool, but have got it right. I'd like to pick that discussion up at another time. Just scrolling through, Kanieri Cycle Trail, have we got all the easements in place?
So there is one landowner issue we're still working through.
Yeah.
But we have a solution.
Cool. And we hope to have that sorted before it opens?
So the anticipation is to officially open it as part of the West Coast Windows Trail subcommittee in next meeting in April.
That's exciting. That's good. And it's awesome to hear that those easements will all be sorted. Now, the Carnegie building, not the Carnegie building. What are we looking at in terms of costs?
So we're still anticipating within the existing budget that's been approved,
which is
2.2.
Most of that being grant funding, external funding, but still is that maximising the MDI and the $500,000 council put aside? Yeah. So council is putting an amount into that. And does that actually, that cost, does that achieve the building being fit for purpose, or is that just doing structural work?
That's to a gallery standard, museum standard.
And it'll be able to be opened, it won't require a stage 3 to make it a gallery. It'll be cut the ribbon after this project's done.
There's still a requirement to fit it out post this. This is purely the structural build.
Yeah, that's what I'm worried about.
It's going to 100% of EBS, as opposed to 67, which is an additional cost, as opposed to, for example, 67% for building. That was part of the deal for it to be a gallery and museum space. So that impacts on the cost.
Surely that would mean across the road would need to be 100% too, if that's going to be gallery and museum space. That's interesting. A very good report. I'm seeing and reading murmurs around the long-term plan and references to staff having to do that on top of additional work. Are we well resourced to deliver the LTP?
We're on target with the new system that Leslie and the team put in. It actually makes the job easier to do the review processes. So the number crunching when you come to do any modelling or changes is almost instantaneous. So we are on target. It's fair to say there's a lot of work that has been done, particularly with getting the infrastructure strategy and all the amps to the point where they can be utilised correctly this time. So that work has been done. So we are on target, but there is always every third year will always be additional load on staff.
And I appreciate that, and I think our role is to ask that question whether you think it is acceptable for them to carry that load on top of their additional work. And I'm hearing that we're satisfied it will be delivered and we won't be in the pressure cooker of June having to have extraordinary council meetings and the last day of the calendar year trying to adopt an LTP.
Yeah, we are going to be at the last rush, but that's not because of staff, that's because audit are having to push out their audit. So they're having to go an extra week at the other end of the audit. So that's going to put pressure on us at that point. I haven't got an issue with the financials. Our model is going to be working fine. We've speed things up. The issue is just making any changes that councillors determine at the hearings. I think the issue we had from the start off was getting the policy done because of the infrastructure policy. That's about 5-6 months overdue, which has put us on the back foot there. But audit will delay us when it comes to that. So we are actually going to be rushing around for that last week again.
Yeah.
I know my feelings.
I get very uncomfortable hearing that, and it's like every year we hear that's not, if it's not audit, it's staffing, and if it's not staffing, it's audit, and it's all.
Emma, the strategy and communications advisor, did a really good job getting a really good project plan together. But of course, if we don't get the information in finance in a planned manner, that pushes everything else back. Needless to say, that's what's happened, and now audit on top of that. But with having the management accountants as well, that's a really big help to us. So, yeah, it's not so much getting the numbers together, it's just doing the time to do the changes. If there are any changes after the hearings, getting it audited again, and then finalising.
Just your wish, just the amount of detail we have comparing this LTP versus the last LTP is quite a big paradigm shift. So we have a lot better understanding of what are our assets and what programs of work we want to do. The detail of the budgets are clear as well in terms of what goes into each budget. So we have the right answers to any questions the council wants to ask. So it's around making sure we have all those very clear. We haven't got a number yet. Work through with council.
My final question's around staffing because it's in front of us, around the museum director role. What will that person do?
So there's quite a bit of work in that space. One is obviously looking at the future requirements for our new museum and Carnegie Building as well. Working closely with the Panama Centre staff in terms of their aspirations in terms of stories they wanted to tell, so that we work in partnership to ensure that we're both doing the same things. Working with staff in terms of museum function, the cataloguing, etc. And working with any funding agencies for further funding as well. So quite a bit in that space. And obviously working alongside the community as well in terms of cultural heritage aspects. Being the glue for that whole undertaking.
Thank you. Thanks for the answers. It's appreciated. Thanks, Lisa.
Thank you. Of course, we'll manage to can't believe everything you read in the newspaper, but I did read in the Guardian that the plans for the pool have been finalised. These are the final concept plans, is it?
So we've got a concept plan, and that's been QS. QS, we have to revisit that because of the value that came out. So, and the design work that goes into that as well. So we've got a concept, but it hasn't been properly engineered or designed.
Yes, so I read more the concept artist's impression of this. This is the same one that we saw the very first paper, and here it is here. And to me, it's a lean-to. Just want to lean-to my eyes. And the but has that design been signed off?
Not yet, no.
No. So will we come back to the table to look at possibilities rather than that lean-to structure that's okay?
We can't, so when it was signed off as a capital project teams committee late last year, to proceed with getting the final costing done on that design concept. So we want to rechange it now. We won't even get any work done in this one.
I did ask the question at that meeting about it, and the answer was that that was just an idea at this stage. I didn't expect that it had progressed. However, that's just me. It's all in the bees in the eye of the beholder, and I tell me it's a lean-to, but others may think it's a thing of beauty, the entrance to town. I don't know what Councillor Martin's got about the 1960s, but as a product of the 1960s, I don't think we've quite a decrepit jet in the pool include.
I'm loving a bender, it's great.
Just very cool. So the work we're focusing on doing is to actually refurbish it up to a modern standard, including filtration, all the pipe servicing. So that all basically brand new at the end of this project. So the internal workings will be pretty well brand new.
Yeah, facelift is.
Yeah.
That's all. That's what I'm trying to say.
That'll be stage 1.1.
It's apparent at this time that could be a number of budget blowouts. The wharf, Jack Bay, Fox landfill, maybe Carnegie. Are you being confident that won't rebound on council? For example, we're halfway through the wharf project, can't get funding for what they say.
We've already got assurance that $1 million for the Jackson Bay Wharf, we're not going to go over that. So we've already had discussions with the MB in terms of if there's any further funding. And we only had a meeting this week and it wasn't rejected. So there are a lot of projects in New Zealand that aren't proceeding. So there's money coming back in the coffers. So they're not actually seeing that as being a roadblock right now to actually making further applications. We have raised both the swimming pool and Jackson Bay.
Okay, any other loss of blowout at Jackson Bay, for example?
If you want the total repair, we're talking about another 2.2 million.
Holy moly, that's a big difference.
So pretty well every item needs almost replacing.
So almost a complete rebuild.
It will be closed. Yeah, but there's a lot of members who've found second-hand items that were repurposed as well as getting that cost.
So just a comment through the chair, it's mainly the piles, but those are expensive. That's pretty expensive to replace. But we have sourced second-hand piles for Grona that have provided us materials, which means we don't have to import all of them from Australia, which is usually hardwoods from Australia.
Just to make a comment around the piles themselves, as I alluded to, the previous reports hadn't done any intrusive testing. Once you look at within the piles, pretty well rotten in the middle. So they are only had probably within the estimated 5 years.
Why was that not done? Intrusive testing.
We never funded to do a testing prior to actually applying to fund that. So that's cost us $200,000 just to do that work.
The testing? Yeah. Expensive, yeah. $200,000? Yep.
happened to the piles in Greymouth that they don't want them anymore?
They're wrong, it's in there.
It was on notice, but they didn't pay.
So they obviously been recovered from other works which have now been replaced with concrete structures. So that's part of the wharf improvement works. Just where they've been sourced.
So we wouldn't want to be doing that in the future, going to the concrete ones.
No.
This is the last question, and it was around Jackson Bay. With the fact that it's a strategic asset, and I absolutely understand that, but how much, what does it actually provide to the economy, and how much does council make out of, or council group make out of actually the charges from Jackson Bay? If it's a multi-million-dollar asset that has lifelink and lifeline purpose, I understand that, but how much does the industry actually contribute to that wharf?
The focus for the funding wasn't to do with economics, it was to do with being a resilience capability for the West Coast and the only deep port on the West Coast. So that was the major selling point. This funding, the original funding, was tied into the port's work. So
the $500,000, yeah.
So at the last minute, we were allowed to apply for some maintenance funding. Once again, we didn't have a report that would tell you exactly what we needed in terms of dollars. So we made the application and was successful. If I had a fully report that gave us the full scope of works in detail, which we have now, we would pass another figure.
But so the industry doesn't actually contribute any money towards the...
There are fees that come in from...
Do we know?
Exactly how much.
Could we find, it doesn't need to be answered now, but could we find that out, please? Thank you.
Okay, let's simply wrap up. A very good report, Simon. As a child of the 50s, not the 60s, I am always grateful when a large amount of money is dropped in our account. We should not lose sight of the fact that the staff here have gone out, applied for X amount, and true, the engineering work wasn't done. Of course, it couldn't be because the cost would be huge. They've gone out, they've been successful. We've got $3 million for the pool. We'll spend $3 million. It might be different at the end. It might not be what we originally wanted. It might not have gold-plated lanes, but we will spend the money. And the same with the port. We started off with 500,000. We were lucky enough to get $1 million. There's probably another $2.5 million worth of work that would be great to do if government would fund it. If they don't fund it, they don't fund it. Let's put on our grateful hats and roll with it in that direction. Because Simon and his team done a great job. And I know there's always a better way, and there's, the Carnegie has gone from $1 million to 2.2. But, we're only putting, in that particular case, we're putting roughly 500,000. Let's be grateful for it and get on with it. Someone would like to move that the report be, Chief Executive's report be accepted. Thank you, Councillor Davidson and Councillor Hart. All those in favour? It was a good discussion and a very good report. Thanks, Simon. Right, what's next? Mayor Kelvin. Oh, here it is. It's this purple sheet, isn't it? Jeez. Here we go. Oh,
Sorry,
Leslie.
some of these windows.
Yeah, oh, thank goodness it was me. Save us with
You
your
can't
Jane.
hear on the live stream. It goes through and you can't hear anything speaking on the live stream with the microphones picked up.
Well, we can open the windows.
Okay or not?
With the train going past.
No, that'll be
We can help.
That's the train's in life.
I know, it's good. Let's hear it.
It's awesome. I love it.
Why can't we hear it?
It's interfering with the live stream, so oh, he's already there. She's quick. It's all yours. Good afternoon, everybody.
Worship, Councillor and staff. I'd like to take the report as read and go on to the questions we may have to the worship.
Once again, it's a you expect to track this. That's not the rules. Would anyone like to have a guess how many meetings on today? Okay, 26.
27, I think.
53. Okay, looking good. We don't
I'll
have
let you go here. Yeah, lost my.
I'll have to just speak a little bit louder. Let's go around for questions first of all. Community Brothers, very clean report.
Very clean report and have no questions. Too clean. Thanks, Trevor.
Paul. Latham.
Hello, Echo. Hey, thanks for the report. Just wondering where you get the 42.98% more than the total budget of 14.38. Is that right? Yeah, in the sustainability report, the total revenue 20.56, but then it says it's 43% more than the budget of 14. Is that right?
So budgeted surplus of so much is 4.2 million, but there's 23, and actually it's 10.56 million. So that's
Cool. Just thought we'd highlight that.
Councillor Hart.
No questions, I've seen it. Yeah, all good.
I'm very relaxed. You've got no questions. Very good. Councillor Kennedy.
No, just I'm struggling to hear. Something may have changed in the room. I can't really hear you that well. But otherwise, good. Yeah, good stuff.
It was the train. Francois.
Yeah, no, I'm all good. No problem.
Councillor Davis.
If the accountant's happy with it, so am I. It's all good.
Councillor Hartshall.
No questions.
And Councillor Neal. Very well presented, quite easy to follow report. So thank you for that. And thank your team. Very good. Someone like to move that the here we go. Someone like to resolve that the financial performance for January 2021 report from the Finance Manager of Westland District Council be received. Deputy Mayor Carruthers. Councillor Neal. Those in favour? Thanks. Thank you. The next one, and I do apologise for the delay today, team. It was difficult when you give presentations. You never know how long they're going to take. The next agenda item is Destination Westland Limited's longer-term structure review. It's on pages 41 to 45, and Joanne Conroy from Westland Holdings is here. So is Chris Ray, and so is Chris Gordon. Welcome, folks.
Thank you. And through you, Your Worship, we have got actually 3 items.
Yep.
Present a little bit of a communication breakdown. So,
I'm going to move. I put one in the chair and put it in one place. Which one is why we go? Take a look at the screen.
oh yes, right.
I'll actually see why. If you'd like to see Chris.
Oh, he's dressed up. So.
Well, he's got he's all.
Yeah. So we do have. We actually have 3 items. So the first is the future governance structure for Destination Westland. The second item is the 6-monthly result for the company. And the third item is our statement of intent. And those latter 2 are actually required today. There's a statutory requirement. We have them to you today, so that's not a last minute addition to the agenda. But hopefully we won't take too long. So we're going to start with Chris and the governance structure for Destination Westland.
So through Your Worship, we'll just take the report as read, and I'll just highlight over a couple of points. So late last year, we get COVID hit and ended up with a rebalancing of Destination Westland, and at that point we agreed to come back this time to council to give an idea of where we think the structure of Destination Westland should be. So the business is now stabilised after that rebalancing process. We've got a new strategy in place, and it is pleasing to say that it is actually producing profit. It's significantly smaller than what it was, which is detailed in the report, which led us to a few options that could be floated around for the governance structure of it. I won't go through all of them, other than point 6 is the one that we would recommend, and that's to bring on a new director in roughly a year's time, and the year after that until the oldest directors are replaced and we'll set fresh crew. And if you look at the bottom of that report at 8.6, it's basically where we would come up with those with that result, and also the costs that are involved with it. So happy to take any questions around really.
Thanks, Chris. We'll go around the table. Councillor Neil.
Yes. Thank you for that. I tend to go with the cheaper options. It's a bit more favourable to me, but it's not what everyone else is.
Councillor Hunter.
Nothing to comment really, no.
Councillor Davison.
Yeah, at the start, how many directors did you have 2 or 3 years ago? 4. And with option 6, what's the long-term goal? How many would be there?
It would depend on how quickly the business grows. But
Yes.
we anticipate just replacement through.
Yes. Okay. And if it grows further?
And that fourth version may be required, or hopefully one day it will, and then we can move to large company.
Okay. Thank you.
Francois.
No, happy with the paper, happy with the recommendation, and yeah, which is obviously option 6. So no, nothing from me.
Councillor Kennedy.
Yeah, so obviously I'd go for option 4.2, similar to Councillor Neil. Option 4.6, so after all we've been through, the idea is to end up in the same place that we were before it all went tits up. Is that the guts of it?
Yes, but basically with a new strategy in place as well.
Right. No, that's all right. And Appendix 1, your budget and your revenue, I do, like it looks all good with numbers and stuff, but you've obviously made some assumptions to come up with this budget. So the revenue, that includes increased rent on the pensioner housing, does it?
We'll improve those recommendations that were through in the report. It was done earlier on in the year.
Oh, yeah, so I'm just looking at Appendix 1 based on the new director's fees, and you say it's going to...
Yeah, basically it will. Yep.
Well, because I just worry, like in terms of Destination Westland, like we still haven't had a discussion around the future of the eyesight, which is a big part of Destination Westland, and here we are projecting revenue, a year out, and we don't even know whether it's going to be part of it yet. We haven't even had the discussion.
I think it's fair to say that any budgeting, there comes a little bit of guesswork with it, but hopefully through our strategic plan that's put in place and the processes that we've got, we can meet or exceed those budgets, and we'll be watching them no matter what board we're on regardless anyway, so either holdings or Destination Westland. Yeah,
I suppose my fear is we'll get 3 new directors on, or whatever it is, whatever the recommendation is, and then 2 years after that, we're going to end up in exactly the same boat as we've been in the last year. I mean, I struggle to see what's changed.
Would you clarify the preferred option again, please?
So the preferred option is option 6, which is a 2 to 3 year transition period. So changing from us to someone else.
Over a 2 to 3 year period.
Yeah, and that's just for keeping a little bit of consistency in the business and making sure that the plan that's in place keeps going.
Yeah, but so there'll be 3 directors at the end of it, 3 directors of Destination Westland, and you 3 directors of Westland Holdings. So there'll be, your group will in fact double.
Correct.
Yeah.
So the group of those of the holding company and DW would, yeah.
Yeah. No, thank you.
No problem.
Councillor Hart.
Just a question on the P&L budget. So obviously the assumption around proposed director fees at 100%. So that is based on your recommendation 6. And that is also status quo for renewal in June, director's fees renewal in June.
So the director's fees will start in April.
Yep.
And then the calendar year we look to bring in our first new director on.
Yep.
So that might not much will probably be needed each show.
Yeah.
And then a year after that, with that fee structure that's set.
And so if we were to so obviously you've done this work around the potential of actually reinstating a board now for DW, obviously that would increase the cost anyway, and therefore we'd be in a worse deficit for that period. So this is just basically stretching out that deficit or reducing the deficit, till later on to keep, so we don't have to pay out those director fees early. If we say reinstate a full board, it's not costing us any more money, is it?
Would be the same.
I think it would be more expensive to have recruitment costs associated with getting those 3 in the short term. The idea is to transition over 3 years, and we provide us, as we see that continuity, but also give us an opportunity to drive more revenue. So this is important. And the other thing that we've all discussed is that if we don't achieve some of those budgeted targets, we will also have a discussion around fees ourselves, and we can do that as part of it over time. Whereas we put 3 new ones on, very hard to say to them a couple of months in, oh, we're going to reduce your fees. With us, we can have that full process in play.
Okay.
So that's part of it. And a big part is continuity for the chief executive as well.
Okay. Yep, that's good.
Councillor Martin.
Thanks for the report. What a saga this has been. So my reading of Council's long-term plan is Westland Holdings as a governance oversight board, and I think we should be sticking to our intent to have Westland Holdings in that role. I think your role is too big and too blurred when you are the board of DW as well, and I would 100% support an independent board. It's cost the same. If you stay on as directors, it will cost the same as appointing a board in terms of director fees. There may be recruitment costs, however, that doesn't need to be 30,000 Brannigans run around and advertise the whole country looking for directors. It could be a much more moderate amount. So I appreciate, you put estimates in of what would be good practice. So my comfort level sits in us having a relationship with you as Westland Holdings, not having a relationship with you as Destination Westland, and it's blurred at the Economic Development Committee. It should be far more cleaner. We should be talking to our holding company, not a subsidiary board. This will tidy it up, I think, if we go to an independent board, maybe a transitional period of 3 months rather than 3 years. But I think that's where we need to be. It's far too messy talking to you three now, hearing you recommend your own remuneration. It's all wrong. And when people might say, oh, we'll keep the same board, it's cheaper. What's the cost of keeping the same board in terms of impact? You're less effective. You can't do your oversight responsibilities. I understand your rationale for wanting, to ensure stability. We all want that. But I think you can do that by bringing independence back to that company. Otherwise, we may as well have councillors back in the fold again on the holdings board. It was all blurred. We need to get through to a structure we all agree on, which was independence and a relationship with you guys. And if we hold that as really important, we leave you three to govern the board of those subsidiaries. We're going to hear today about quite a negative result from another subsidiary. We roll with those reports. We don't make rash decisions and say, well, we're going to appoint a new board or we're going to throw out a board. We need to get very clear on the structure and the alignment of the structure and back that structure, and connect with you in the role as Westland Holdings, which is our job. And I think I'd love to see independence return to ensure you can do the oversight function really well, because that's selfishly where we need to be focused. So that's I prefer the option of reinstating with immediate, i.e. start of the next financial year, effect an independent board, which costs the same as keeping you on as the board, albeit the directors' fees, the recruitment costs are an additional expense. But we wear them anyway. If someone left, we'd have to wear the cost of recruitment. So that's my view.
All right, span on the works. I disagree. I disagree with the recommendation. With respect, I disagree with Councillor Martin. I believe that the option 3 is what it ought to be. The management side across, and I think everything needs to be kept in perspective. Destination Westland Living Course. What's left? We've got the airport, we've got a heliport at Franz that's basically defunct. We've got property and an eyesight that has a future that's dubious. Why do we need a whole company, a whole structure? I don't get it. I'm sorry, I just don't get it. I think you guys have done a great job in the meantime to keep it going because it's it wasn't needed, and keep them feet on the ground in perspective. This is a council with a district with a population of 8,500 people. The number of ratepayers are not great. Far bigger councils don't even have a CCO. And I'm not suggesting that for a minute. I think Holdings do a grand job. But I just think that Destination Westland, I think, take a deep breath, take a step back and have a look and I'm not suggesting you do. And I don't think it's necessary. I think management could be slightly moved across seamlessly and it could carry on with West Roads and Westland Holdings.
Through you, Worship, can I respond? So that was obviously really thought we were going to go. Looking into it, firstly, it increases risk because if something goes majorly wrong with one of those companies or the other, it has potential to bring down Holdings company, the other company, end up costing the council. So having the structure, that's the reason it was put in place, is actually to reduce risk. So that that is one thing. Also, we've worked quite hard on a strategic plan, which we see in the end does grow the business. So it does give us some more things to do in terms of the project management and growing the housing portfolio. So I think maybe we need to come back to council or to the Economic Development Committee with that strategic plan that we put together so that the councillors have an opportunity to fully understand what that looks like. But in our opinion, because what we thought was at the point of COVID when there was the pool was closing, the museum was closing, the eyesight was closing, there was no revenue from the helipad, that there wasn't business. That's exactly where we came from. We've reviewed it and we are changing the focus a little bit so that we can actually see that there is a business there. And when we come to the statement of intent and the 6-month results, hopefully you'll see that too. But certainly the sort of strategic plan for Destination Westland going forward, you would realise that we've got, we intend to make it a company that can stand on its own 2 feet, generate profits, and the intention is to reinvest those profits in developing social good. So that that's which is quite different from Westland, where that is purely a profit-making organisation. We want Destination Westland to make a profit, but we want to reinvest that for the benefit of the community.
Yes, thank you. Through the worship, just bearing in mind that pre-COVID, the result was marginal.
It was, absolutely, which is probably why we reacted the way we did, because it was marginal, and then it got below marginal. right now it's okay, and the forecast is looking quite good.
Excuse me, sorry, can I ask you a question about it? So I've looked at option 3. Have we clarified whether or not there'd be tax implications, that one, whether amalgamating?
It wasn't. There weren't significant tax implications. We did ask that vaguely, but it was more. The airport is quite a difficult beast, and the CAA approvals and things got to be quite difficult to manage in changing the structure, which is why you'll remember there was the airport company and property company. The property company was amalgamated into the airport company, which changed its name, and then. It's quite a technical way of not having to go through a process of changing all of that CAA stuff, which is very complicated.
So the tax wasn't?
The tax was not one of the bigger issues. That we did look into it, but it wasn't a problem.
Well, Councillor Martin used the word saga, and it seems like we've been discussing this issue for years, and without even coming to any kind of resolution. Having listened to Councillor Martin's fine rhetoric before, I was compelled by that, and having listened to Mr. Madwick's equally compelling rhetoric, I was moved by that as well. And I could be persuaded either way. And obviously it's something about me, but I think it's just one of those issues that it's pretty hard to decide what's the right thing to do. And but I think what worries me is there's a level of complexity about all of this that's out of kilter with the what's called referred to our ratepayer base and so on. And that's why some years ago we looked at doing away with the holding company. Didn't do that because of the adverse tax implications. That was the only reason why we did it. So some years ago we thought it was structure was too complicated and we wanted to pare it back, and it was only because of the tax we didn't do that. So I would like to see a simpler structure, and I'm not certain with the risks you talk about. That what risks do you talk about? Because you say one of the reasons for the additional level is to reduce risk. What kind of risk do you talk about?
For example, if there was a major problem at the airport, plane crashes, there's significant financial.
That the company's in some way negligent with respect to.
In which case it would bring down Westroads as.
And are we insured for those risks?
But yes, we are, but I don't think it would be adequate. If there was a major thing went wrong, I don't think the insurance is adequate.
So how does it protect us?
So what it does is it puts a buffer between the various.
I understand that.
Yeah.
But if it all went bad, the way you suggested, wouldn't that rebound on the council anyway, no matter what sort of corporate structure you have?
I understand not, and I understand that's the reason it was structured this way in the first place. So I have to take, the advice I'm given on that subject, and that is what I'm told. So we did, as part of this process, investigate why it was put together the way it was, and there were very good reasons at the time, as you say. We can't get rid of Westland Holdings without serious tax implications, and the fact that the subvention that comes from Westroads well and truly covers the costs of Westland Holdings, so don't worry about that cost. It would, if you took away Westland Holdings, you'd be no better off because the subventions would be available. So it's just what happens with Destination Westland, and as you well know, we started this exercise thinking we would bring it in, but having investigated the options, discussed it with quite a number of people, including legal, it seems that that's not the best way to deal with it. But of course, there are options. They all have, none of them are perfect.
Perhaps then I could give a few views on what I've heard. firstly, the remuneration of the holding company is determined by council. It's not, the suggestion was made that you would determine your own remuneration, because that's not correct. What happens is the holding company directors' fees are set every year, and they come to council to vote at the annual general meeting. So we set the remuneration. The second thing is that in 2014 and in 2018, 19, this council once again looked at getting rid of firstly the property company and then it's renamed entity, and in both occasions they took significant legal advice and tax advice. Taking advice from the tax team, it's quite clear there is a real tax risk which rose from 6% to close to 30%. Correct? So there is no question there's a significant risk. The risk from an operational point of view is not off the properties, it's the fact that we're involved in aviation. We have the largest heliport in New Zealand pre-COVID, and it'll be back. And when it comes back, it'll be back. Our airport will be back. And so I believe we have a $20 million cover. As you may or may not know, we've had occasions where Murray grey cows have tried to race the local plane arriving from Christchurch along the runway. We've had 4 deer at the end of the runway. One could say that we were negligent in that area. Now, the other side of it is the deer were rather clever. They skipped down the valleys out of the fence. And we talk about the activities of the company. You know, the activities, pension housing in itself. We can say, look, hey, it was heading to break even, or possibly a small profit before COVID. That doesn't take into account the benefit that our community gets with pension housing. And if you do a survey on the pension housing, you'll find that our pensions are incredibly happy with the level of service they get. None of us are happy with the fact that we've got 70% on our waiting list, but we're heading along the track. So I'm looking at the report, and I've been, the concept of bringing it back in-house would be something that I'll never support when I'm ready. You have to wait till later. And the reason is that this company can provide a great benefit to the community, and it's not necessarily profit driven, but the benefits it's providing. So I'm kind of, I hear what Councillor Martin has said. He'd like something instant. I hear what Paul says. He'd like to merge it in. My personal opinion is it can't be merged in. And then I look at the way that these 3 directors came in, realised that after COVID we had a significant problem. The board were removed for financial reasons, not for performance purposes. The previous board in place. These guys have done the job for peanuts since then, and from a workload point of view, they would be hanging out, absolutely hanging out. And one of the things that comes through in the report for me is the fact that they're looking for commonality, for consistency at a governance level. And you're going to change the board, we're back to the square one. You change the board gradually, it kind of makes sense. You know, so I'll be supporting the recommendation because I just think the options are not attractive at all. The other options. And for a number of reasons, having been involved since 2010 in all aspects, including the tax planning, you know, the subvention payments actually cover the interest costs or the tax costs that come from West Roads and come from Western Holdings to us. If you get rid of it, you find some way of getting rid of it, those subvention payments disappear, and we as council will be around about $350,000 a year worth off, isn't Around about in the order of?
Yeah, it's been about that.
So there's 3% of our rates. We need to ensure that we make a decision based on the right thing. We can't make a decision based on emotion.
Sorry, can you just explain which of those options would involve us losing the submission payments?
Yes, if you amalgamate TWL into WHL. Or you get rid of that sort of income eventually in the hands of council. At the moment, council borrowed $8 million to fund future asset growth in about 2012 or something like that. And what it did is it borrowed it and the interest that it paid on it was offset against the subvention payments. So the subvention payments pretty much covered what the council would have had to pay tax on. So it's getting a dividend from West Roads, we'd have to pay the tax. But the subvention payments fix that. And so it's quite important that we don't, my personal view is this thing's been kicked around for a long time. It hasn't been grossly successful from a financial point of view, no question. Has been very successful from a service point of view to our community. And if we go on with the strategic plan, I mean, do we have confidence in the board? And of course, it's grief since they've been there. Paul.
The way I've sort of been listening about things is uncertainty, and there's not clarity with things, and I'd like it to defer it to another meeting before we decide on
it. Does the concept of deferring it for a meeting create a problem?
No, Your Worship, it doesn't. But perhaps what we would need is workshop, so that we can informally discuss these issues and then come back with a paper. Otherwise, we're going to come back with exactly the same recommendations. So
we get good. Find out we don't know. Nothing that I can see, but I'm in the position of being better informed.
We're getting more information about DW.
We should find all the fact that I don't understand how moving Destination Westland into Westland Holdings under that umbrella is going to jeopardise subvention payments in relation to Westlands. No. So
that's what it's in.
Yes, I must have misinterpreted the way you portrayed it, because there's no
in that particular aspect. Lisa.
Yeah, just going back to amalgamation, when we had the issues last year, or the issue with COVID and whatever, our tax advisors, our treasury advisors talked about the fact that airports around the country are being kept separate from councils and from being amalgamated into other businesses, because there's potential for funding from external funding or government funding, which you will not get if you amalgamate that into another business. In fact, it's too diversified, it needs to be a separate business.
Excuse me, Your Worship, I wonder whether we could do the other two presentations.
Yes, please do.
Which one looks back and the other looks forward, and then maybe come back to this and see whether there's a bit more comfort around our recommendation. Yeah, Diana, have you got so first of all, we cover the first one, which is looking back.
Okay, so let's see our way through this.
And the new ticket.
Oh, we're away. Right. It was a fast presentation. Cool. So I will move through these slides recently because you've seen them before, but this just talks about the structure, just had a conversation about it. The three of us. This is our strategic plan for Westland Holdings. There are pillars that we're working towards, and there's a tactical plan that sits under that as well. We have seen this before, so I'm not proposing to scan on the slide very long. If that's okay with everybody. The first thing is to give you an update from Westland Holdings' perspective around some of the things that we have achieved over the last period since we caught up with you guys. So the first one around our strategic plans is thinking about Westland Holdings. One of the key things we've been focusing on is driving more experience and directorships locally in the community onto these boards. We made some progress with that first one. So the first one will happen soon with Westroads taking on an internship for a new director advertised via the IAD through local candidates to join. To potentially join their board, so we're going to have a new internship. So it's quite a good success factor. Yeah. Cool. So that's first, it's a good success for our strategic plan around trying to bring on more of that. And I think the transitional thing as we talked about with Destination Westland is another opportunity actually to bring in a director that's not as experienced and continue to grow that. I think it's important for our businesses longer term over here. The review of Destination Westland's governance structure, we've covered that now. We'll come back to that as we work through, but we've spent a lot of time working through what is the best outcome for that. The key milestone for us was agreeing that we want to be profitable for social, so still actually contribute rather than looking at being straight out social. So you've seen that document, through it. The last one there, and Westland Holdings director appointments, just we need to make you guys aware that we're actually coming up to 3 years term this year. So the three of us are due to have council make a decision on next phase for us. We just want to raise that for you guys to think through, because at some stage you'll have to make a decision around what you want to do with our respective directors' roles. We're all three of us originally at the time want to continue, but that's a decision for council. Just want to make sure that's on the radar over the next while. Cool. I'll just pause. Any questions on the Westland Holdings update for staff? Cool. Okay, so then we'll look at the subsidiaries, because we want to keep you across some of the detail of what's happening in our subsidiaries. So this is Westroads. It's worth thinking about the result we're seeing. You usually don't see a red number at the bottom of Westroads, but we've had a challenging 6-month period. So I'll work you through some of those challenges so you understand what it looks like and what we are doing to work through this recovery to some extent. So we have come off, I think the first thing is really context. This is a contracting business that is now turning, last year over well over $30 million. So to replicate that year on year is a challenge in itself as you continue to try and build work. So the first good point we've got in there is the revenue is down in budget significantly, as you can see. And I guess it's largely due to the gap between workflow and running this period. So we've had been able to maintain our levels of staffing because we know that there's work coming. So there's a sort of chicken and egg thing. You can restructure, reduce your numbers, bring your costs down, but it means you're not geared up to take advantage of opportunities that are coming our way as well. So that is a factor that gap both in Westland in particular and also Canterbury work to keep that constant as we go through. There's been a number of plans kind of shovel-ready examples and contracts with Westland Council service have been delayed. We haven't got going fast enough. Again, you can either downsize and not have capacity to do that, or you hold. So a large portion of that increased administration costs you can see there is the fact that we keep all our people with us. Maybe half of the losses around maintaining our levels of staffing to be able to manage the next phase. Anything else we're touching as we go through? There is a number of contracts, as you will be aware, with Westland District Council that are in tender process at the moment, so we're very confident we'll be successful in a number of those to help us through the next 6-month period. And look, straight up from there, from our board of Westroads, they're confident that they will right the ship by the end of the year, so they feel like they will be in the black. We're not necessarily going to see record profits, but we will actually write the losses that we've seen in the first 6 months back to balance. There is an impact on our ability in Westroads to pay dividends when we're not at the levels we want to be at for the next period. Remembering that we have contributed dividends over a number of years that are significant. Pre-Christmas, 220,000 was paid across the council. So just to keep you informed about that progress over a number of years and on track to right the ship based on the couple of positive things. The old, I think we already heard from Simon, the old Christchurch Road project is progressing ahead of schedule, going really well, which is awesome. It's underway and happening. The Canterbury division, you know, we're aware that a division in Canterbury are registered with Christchurch City Council as a preferred supplier. There's not a lot of contracts in that market, and they have released a number of potential tenders we're going for us in minutes. So we're confident we'll win. We only need one of those contracts. And we'll be able to increase our margins and average out a better return. So that's kind of the backbone of why we feel empowered from the space. But I'll pause this, I'm sure there'll be some questions.
Just a question from me. In terms of COVID relief package, I assume that Westroads benefited from this?
They do.
Wait, so yeah.
I just have a question on the admin. What's the significant increase in the admin expenses from budget? I think it's a 1.8 to 2.5.
Yeah, so 400,000 of that is our staff and levels that are weren't working on revenue earning projects that come out of cost of goods sold and go into administrative costs. So they were working, but not working in contracts that were earning revenue. So that's nearly most of it, to be honest, and you've got machinery and other things sitting idle, so it just costs us money to run those things. But the biggest chunk is maintaining our level of capacity for future projects, if that makes sense.
So wouldn't we be perhaps budgeted for that anyway?
No, the delays that have happened on a number of projects and other things have caused it, so it's not necessarily budgeted for. What we can do if it continues is reduce staff numbers. We didn't want to do that. We weren't expecting a number of contracts that we had coming to be delayed, to be honest.
So we're doing administrative tasks as such, so we're doing some of the deferred maintenance bits and pieces around the depot that have been put off while we've been so busy.
But it's just a coding side of it. They're not actually on a contract with doing revenue, then they recode it into administrative, so it's in my hands. We're actually doing maintenance and work within the business. It just wasn't revenue business.
Yeah.
What's your question?
Thank you. I was just going to say, had the brickbat before the bouquet this time with Westroads. So Westroads is a start perform regardless of which result in a near recession that has repercussions.
Councillor Davis.
Yeah. Did they give you any Westroads? Did they give you any examples of where they're going to be confident they'll be in profit for the year end?
I mean, the old Christchurch Road project is kicking in revenue matrix. That's a big example of supporting us through that level. And then there is, as with any budget, there is some working through with our pipeline, our funnel, so the work in Christchurch that we're hoping to get us in that budget. So there's some risk associated with us getting there. Yeah. But, you know, look, our chair of Westroads is always balanced, and he was fairly confident that he's done the numbers correctly for his opinion. So I'm trusting in his new
Franz, you got a question?
Yeah, hey, on the administrative expenses, has there been any work done around shared services between these groups within that space?
Can I just answer that and say, not really. The requirements are quite different, and in fairness, we keep the ship pretty tight anyway. So I think if you then try to share administrative tasks, you're not going to save any people time. So this is just a blip. When it's put into administration, it doesn't mean that the guys who drive the diggers are in the office writing letters. So not administration from that point of view. They're actually out doing work in the yard or fixing the equipment. But because it's not generating income, it doesn't go under cost of sales where it would normally go. So it's really just an accounting, a way of dealing with accounting.
Yeah. So in these organisations where you have 3 different people, how many entities we got? Will we have people answering the phone?
Oh, absolutely. But that wouldn't be all they would do, because the ships are run much tighter than that. And if you said, well, Destination Westland will do all the phone answering, they would have to get another person in, because, you know, there's just, I think everybody's pretty busy. It's not like there's people sitting on hands.
I think the head office can run is very lean. In fact, we've had conversations around being too lean at times with the amount of business they're putting through, so I don't think there's a lot of capacity in that space. It's just, I think it's a bit of confusion between the administration class rather than what it is. I mean, most of it's skilled workers around the
Councillor Kennedy.
Yeah, just obviously when I saw that and the administrative tasks were up $700,000, I thought you'd be bringing in a head in a basket. But in terms of oh, this is serious. In terms of budgeting and that, and you say, oh, the boys are out there in the yard doing maintenance and all the rest of it, that's something that has to be done all the time, and why isn't it being budgeted for anyway?
If I can just answer that, if you cast your mind back to the last 12 months, so the previous financial year, when they had an outstanding result, 32 million turnover, those jobs kind of got dropped for the ones that are paying the really good money, which is just business. So there was a bit of deferred stuff that had not been done because everybody was too busy generating income. And this is just a way to keep those guys in the business and working when there isn't so much work, ready to pick up for the work that's going, like the old Christchurch Road now. So, you know, it's a call made by the directors and the board. They could have laid off people for the last, 3 or 4 months, but then how would they scale up again in time to be able to deliver?
Yeah, no, that's cool. I worry about the scale of West Roads and how big it is, and this is possibly an example why perhaps they should scale down or stop the expansion is what I'd suggest, but that's not up to me. Now, you talk about it's all positive, it's all rosy, and West Road say it's going to be all rosy, which, if I was in the position I would. You say the preferred supplier for the Christchurch City Council, and that's why we're going to get one or more of these jobs. How many preferred suppliers do the Christchurch City Council have, do you know?
All we know is it's not many, so the chances of success are a lot higher than if it was an open tender.
So not many in Christchurch. Could be 20 though, couldn't they? And these 20 companies are all in the same boat. So
this is quite a specialised team, so it's not 20. It's not 20 at all. It's very few. 5 or less, I would anticipate.
Okay, righto. I'm worried.
We're worried too.
Councillors, can I say that just one thing? We have the 25th birthday of West Roads. It hasn't had a loss in 25 years. I've actually got great confidence in the board, and while the profit will certainly not be anything like what we got last year, if the chairman of West Roads says we're heading for the black at the end of the year, then I think we should back it. Pretty straightforward. You know more about it than I do. I think what Chris said is right. This is contracting. And contracting is a fickle business, and we've been pretty lucky so far. Any other questions there, Councillor? Okay.
All right. So then we'll so then we'll have a wee look at Destination Westland, and we'll come back through to the statements after this. But this is actually showing you a little bit more detail around the rebalance that's being created for Destination Westland, some of the successes that we're having in that space. So we are, although our gross revenue based on our budget is 296 down, the rebalance has meant that on the other side of that coin, we reduced costs significantly by 236. under budget. So we're actually balanced, which is a really good outcome based on what we've all been talking about during COVID and the rebalance. So that's a positive outcome for ourselves. We also, in International in Westland, did not actually require extra funding. We supported to open the pool build, so they actually covered their costs themselves and haven't needed to draw on that, which I think is, again, testament to the rebalance and the fact that we're actually starting to feel like we're staying on our own 2 feet a little bit of this business. And we are actually projecting a profit at the end of this year of around 80,000, which is pretty positive given where we were at based on the rebalance. So that's some good results on the financials there. The import terminal redevelopment, I think it's an awesome win for us all. It started off being down there, it's all dug out, ready to go. We'll have that up and going, and that's the gateway to our region here. So that's awesome. That's been funded and underway. And a couple of other positive things we're talking about. Our work on the digital hub along with other partners in that space is coming to fruition, and that's opening up this weekend, which is exciting, and TPK, which we're calling it. And obviously Wild Foods is there, right? There you go, close. So Wild Foods is also well planned, organised and ready to go. Even with some of the challenges of COVID and people being nervous about events and all that stuff, we're still tracking at a similar level of ticket purchasing at the moment. In fact, I'd say we're probably ahead of where we were last year, which is pretty cool, right? Based on what we've been facing. So that's exciting. We're looking forward to the weather playing its part. That's cool. And I feel like we've got a strong strategy. We're heading. We've just recently worked through the property kind of strategy independent person, and we've all supported that, as you know, at council. And there's some really strong opportunities for us to support housing in this great region as well. And we're advancing that quicker than you think. So we'll have some really good updates around some of that stuff that's happening in that space as well. So generally, Destination Westland is in a really good hold space and is looking to come out the other side of my view. So there's any questions.
That's great. And the free input funded by the government in terms of
the soft question this time. The name Tafeki, it's an octopus, but obviously, is that the connection to have them come up with
it is, yeah, but I'll defer to Mel. Since she's here, is that okay to bring Mel and give you a bit of, because there's been a lot of work on it.
Yes, you're 100% right, Chair Paul. When we were looking for a name to describe what this hub is about, and it's based, the idea is a pop-up that moves and takes and connects, and when I was talking to one of our staff, and I started actioning as I am now about connections and this and that and everything else, she automatically turned around to me and said Tafeki. And Tafeki, the octopus, but we also have the 8 values associated with that. There is a full branding concept plan which is being released on Saturday as part of our launch, and will be shared with everyone.
Right. Okay, I can certainly see how yeah, amazing.
With 8 values as well.
Yes, just important Tafeki is a hard subtribe of Mountain. But it's a person. We just need to be respectful of that.
Absolutely, and it went through, because the project is multi-faceted with different stakeholders through, it had to go through different channels as well, and I believe that was considered.
Didn't come through us.
Let us look into that for you.
Yeah, I think it's a good name. Yeah. I think it is a good name, and it's apt. I'm just conscious of that connection.
Cross those T's, dot those I's.
Any other questions around the table?
I just think West Roads and Destination Westland are probably on track. As somebody else said, it's been a major downturn and everything like that. So good on them. And I would think that your Christchurch branch would probably be one or three specialists in that field. So you're in with a good chance, I would think.
Okay, can we move on to the statement of intent? So I understand that the full statement of intent for Westland Holdings was distributed to you today. So it's a statutory requirement for us to have that draft ready by today. I apologise for the lateness. It's quite a performance getting the end of the 6-month accounts done and consolidated, and then getting Westroads and Destination Westland to do their draft budgets for the coming 3 years, and then amalgamate all of that to enable us to have the Westland Holdings draft statement of intent ready for today. So that's apologies for it being late. Can we have that Westland Holdings? Yes, please. So really all we've done is a summary or an oversight of what there is so that we can just, introduce it. Council has 2 months to come back to us with any comments or changes. So there is plenty of time for that. This is a draft, and the final SOI has to be done by June.
So can I suggest we just acknowledge that it's been received?
You could acknowledge it's been received. Can I just pause for a moment and talk about the highlights in the Destination Westland SOI? So you received Westland Holdings, which is an amalgamation of both Westroads and Westland Holdings, Destination Westland. So I just wanted to point out to you that the budgeted trading profit before tax for Destination Westland in the year ended 22 is 23,000, very conservative, because we're still feeling the effects of COVID. In the year ended 23, the projected profit before tax, 105,000, and the year ended June 24, projected profit before tax was 255,000. So I really wanted you to understand that the intention is to grow this business to a point where it does justify its own existence, it does justify the need for a separate board who has a focus on driving that particular business, and the intention is to reinvest as much of that money as possible into the local community in developing future housing or whatever is required. So while we can't bring that to screen, I just wanted to raise those issues with you. And with you haven't got the figures there for Westroads, but they are projecting a profit for those coming 3 years as well. Not as significant as what they had previously had, but there will be a profit in the projections.
Projected revenue in year 3.
Project for?
Destination.
I haven't got the revenue figures right in front of me. I've only got the profit figures.
Councillors.
The only comment, I think we need a workshop as part of that, whatever workshop thing we're going to organise. But, this is it'd be great to get really clear alignment, like housing at the moment. There's obviously stuff going on. And again, it's part of that, like we had with DWC this afternoon, sorry, it just was like a long day. It'd be great that we actually really are all really aligned. So this is our document to say, like, Westland Holdings Limited, we'd like you to deliver 50 houses by the end of 2022, for example. And we don't have specific KPIs like that in it at the moment.
And it is up to council if they want to include those types of KPIs, but just to align it, and that's, I think it's important perhaps that we see the strategic plan for Destination Westland, which requires the delivery of one housing project this financial year.
Yeah, so that alignment's so key, to see that pull right through, so we understand, okay, we're all committed politically, I assume, to be delivering in the elderly housing, pension housing space, and how do we see that reflected through our subsidiaries? And those are getting that really clear. Though you've done the strategic planning work for the subsidiaries and for yourselves, now it's probably time to workshop with us. Does that statement of intent deliver on council's aspirations in alignment with the LTP?
I can suggest this,
I don't have them right now. We only got it an hour before the meeting, so but it would be great to quote, like, well, what does delivering you know, a housing project every year actually look like in terms of practically how many more people will be home. Yeah, if you pick on that one aspect, then you go to events. Well, how many new events will we create? All that stuff's done, but I think we don't understand that yet.
And you won't, because it's our responsibility to oversee this SOIs for the subsidiaries, so we've seen that, but I understand what you're saying, you'd like a bit more oversight in
I just think it's like, okay, great, we're going to have 5 new events next year. Wonderful. You know, we're going to deliver 20 houses. Great. And now the KPIs we measure, you got, you know, 2, rather than, they're a bit like, at the moment, my reading of them is they're like, you know, we're going to create a good governance culture and we'll do that by having stable boards. They're more of the, you know, fluffy, whereas I'm kind of like, you know, when you nearly die, you haven't got much time to muck around. So you appreciate every moment. So it's like, let's just, you know, what are we actually trying to do here? Let's build some houses. Let's create some events. Let's budget it and do it. And I think workshopping that together is really important.
Yeah, we agree, but I just want to be clear on the difference in our SOI is around great governance practice, etc., whereas Destination Westland does have some of those KPIs, and we've worked through that. So yeah. I think you've got to see the difference as well. It's our responsibility to make sure that we're driving those KPIs and getting those results, but it's also our responsibility to communicate really well with council around what we're asking them to do. Yeah. So I think we're all agreeing. It's just a matter of making sure we get it across and show you guys what we were at.
So Chris, how would you suggest? Obviously, let's have a workshop. It's a great idea. And how would you suggest, based on what you've been saying, if we want to say to the whole company, we want you to build 10, we want a minimum of 10 pension houses added to the stock this year. If we don't see the destination statement of intent, how are we going to do that?
And to be clear, it's not that specific because the finances haven't been, you know, we've got to get the finances from somewhere, so we've got to resolve that issue, working with the local government funding authority or with banks to be able to put some funding in place to do it.
That follows, that's a detail. I mean,
well, we can't say 10 if we've got the money, so I would argue that you can have goal.
I think
it's a little minor.
I think the first step is to go across the strategic plan we built here and get some
I think so. The strategic intent is to do what you're anticipating. So I think what we could do is the Economic Development Committee is link a workshop in around the SOI to lock it down for June anyway and work through that process. So we'll workshop it. We only had one recently, so we're a couple of months away.
Sorry, can I just quote the local government part? That needs to be determined within 2 months of receiving the draft, so we need to do it.
I agree. And it, you know, if you take, this council hasn't built, speaking to the converter, we haven't built a pension house since 1977. You guys were even born then.
I was just
shit. Yeah. So the time's come, and we need to have specific goals that you can go and do. And when you do it, you sit here and go, this is great. So a workshop as soon as possible, I think, because the issues are the SLI and of course the directorship. So let's have a workshop within a month.
We'll come back with a date.
Yep.
Within a month. And we need to get on with it.
Yeah, we agree.
We all agree.
Get some clarity.
Look, historically, the statement of intent comes in late. You're asked to bang your finger on it, and you do because you haven't had time to look at it. It goes away, and it's not the way it's meant to be. This is the way it's meant to be. So congratulations on giving it the draft in today. That's good. Thanks for your quality listening. That's excellent. Let's have a workshop and give you some feedback.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
There you go.
Yeah,
That's great.
And that's it. Look, sorry we had to wait so long. I do apologise for it. Yep.
You ready, Joe?
Here we go. So I've got a resolution here that's just got 3 parts. The first is that council received the report. The second is that council supports option 4.6. I won't go with that. Really?
I think we need to receive the draft SOI, don't we?
Yeah. Okay, so we'll go to A and B. First one, A, council received the report. B, council receives the draft statement of intent and the 6 monthly update from Westland Whole Term. Would someone like to move that? Councillor Leonard, thank you, and Councillor Hartman. All those in favour? A good discussion there, councillor. It's hey, no easy answers. Next one's easy. Right. It's about River Street one-way traffic and seating trial. It's on pages 46 to 49 of your agenda. And welcome, Fiona Scanlon, our planning manager. Thanks, Fiona.
That's me.
Council, we're going to do it straight after this meeting.
Right, so I'll take the report as read. This arose from a discussion that was in the Planning and Regulatory Committee meeting last year. That was instruction from council to trial one way on Rebel Street. The background is there has been a lot of suggestion over the years about making Rebel Street one way, and the idea was if we basically have a trial without committing infrastructure changes and a lot of money to it, we can find out what the impact is on the businesses on a trial basis, give them an opportunity to give a lot of feedback before we commit anything permanently. So the trigger here is that there is a bylaw, which is the traffic and parking bylaw, and any change to the flow of traffic or wanting to possibly make it one way will trigger that bylaw, which needs a resolution from council. And the report concludes by recommending the council resolve that under that traffic bylaw that we proceed with the one-way trial.
Thanks, Fiona. Now, there are a couple of councillors who prefer the meeting, and if they wish to go to, we'll just excuse you.
So, Your Worship, I suggest we just adjourn after this report.
Go to that board, because I don't.
Big conversation goes forward, just adjourn, and we'll have our meeting and re-adjourn.
Councillors, we're taking the report as read, and it seems relatively straightforward. Around the table, Jane, Councillor Lynch.
Yeah, we're talking about management time. Not quite sure where I stand on it. I'd like more safe street. Yeah, I think it's something we have to try, and we're going to be guaranteed to make.
Councillor Hunter.
Yes, I totally agree with Jane. It's just going to be, needs to be tried. It can be turned, it can be reversed.
Councillor Davidson has declared an interest because he has some property in the street, but he has speaking rights.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea. I just don't think the timing's right because of the tourists aren't here. I've spoken with 6 shop owners in the area, and there's some mixed feelings there. Some of them are happy with it, and some of them are just unsure about it. The only question I have is, what would the cost be for a trial?
So at the moment we have a budget under the Hokitika Revitalisation budget. That's a $50,000 budget. We're hoping to be under that. This is going to be very temporary. It'll be temporary base paint, and it'll be just basically some separation from pedestrian and seating areas. Traffic and pedestrian and seating areas. So that the actual concept is still being finalised. It's very, very high level what's being put in here as an indication, because we can't go into detail until we've got approval to do so. So what's indicated in the concept plan, we'll still be working through.
Councillor Kennedy.
Look, I'm totally indifferent to whether there should be a one way or not. It doesn't bother me. Just the report itself, concerns me a little bit. I mean, it says we spoke to if we go through it, we spoke to the stakeholders. We don't know who they are or what they said. The cost, there's no cost in there at all. You said there's a budget. What does that mean? And lastly, I'd like someone in that building to find a ruler. Would be really handy, because it's not with respect, it's not up to scratch, my opinion. Thank you.
So just to clarify, the reason for that is because we didn't want to spend any money on the project until we had approval from council. And the way to get that approved, obviously the approval was based on the trigger for the bylaw, it's not actually on the project. So the project is budgeted and we can run the project, but because we've got a change to the traffic flow, we've triggered the bylaw for traffic and vehicle movement, or whatever it was called, car parking. So that's where we're at. So we haven't gone into great detail because we didn't want to spend money up front. We can't preempt the council's decisions. So here we are.
Yeah, no, that's cool. But you're asking us now to sign a blank check.
No, it's a budgeted project, and that's separate to asking for approval under the bylaw to actually.
The project has been budgeted in the last annual plan.
Right. And sorry, I missed how much it was. 50 grand, was it?
In the budget, yes.
Okay, sweet.
Francois.
Hey, they say change is good as a holiday, so I'm happy with it. I think the only thing I'd say is as long as the business owners are happy along that stretch of road, I'm happy. I think it's the ball sits in their court. We've seen the dramas that's happened up in Grey with their town square and all the issues. It's just issues after issue with closing and opening that road, that square. So I think as long as we've got buy-in from the business owners, then let's roll with it.
Councillor Hunt. Sorry.
I was just going to add to that. So we have had conversations. So at engagement level, it's not consultation because we haven't got a firm project, but we've had conversations with everybody along that block, bar two business owners that we couldn't get hold of. And all but one has been really supportive of lots of ideas around what they'd like to see.
We won't get 100%. Councillor Hunt.
No, I think we just trial it and see what happens, yeah.
Councillor Martin.
Cool, thanks, Your Worship. It did come from the Planning and Regulatory Committee. It was part of the wider discussion on the CBD, and I think it's timely we review the CBD. I know it's going to be part of the LTP. Can I just clarify a few things though, because at the meeting we supported the trial. The first thing being the dates. Says March, April. What does that actually mean in terms of when the street would be in a one-way setup?
So at the moment we're proposing the calendar months of March and April.
So you'll be able to do it before the 1st of March?
To be able to pick up wild foods traffic, and
this is the quickest the council's ever moved in. It's long. Oh my God, I can't.
You expect it to be a one-way one.
So not until.
It's 2000. I'm just trying to get clear here. What are we talking? We're talking
we're saying is to be in place for
right. Okay. So that is.
to be able to pick up
That's 2022.
I'm open with the dates. It's literally was just the busiest time that we can find at this time of year. It's not ideal because we aren't experiencing normal traffic flows.
Yeah, the thing there's obviously lots of feedback, and that's one I think is when you trial it and the volume and what it's useful to, because I think cars and people don't naturally mix unless they're driving. It's so one way. It's almost like we need to try a whole lot of other things as well and go, well, what does it look like if it's a one-way meandering road? What does it look like if it's one-way direct? What does it look like two ways with angled parking? What does it look like if it was pedestrian only? And give the community those options as part of the LTP.
I agree, and I think this is a really good way to start. We don't do trials.
Yeah, we've never done trials.
And I think that's a really it's a temporary and non-committal way of testing and measuring before we go and actually big budgets.
And the other thing that I think is worth considering is the fact that the angle parking's on the left-hand side of the street if you're looking towards the river mouth, so which means the parallel parking ends up being on the side that you naturally don't parallel park into, if that makes sense. So you're actually going, normally when you parallel park, you reverse park into a park and it's on usually the other side, the passenger side of the vehicle that you're pulling into the park. And most of the parks are on the sunny side of the street under this concept. So if the intent is to encourage more outdoor dining, encourage more pop-up type things, sculpture art, and the sunny side of the street to me is the side to encourage more of that activity than the shaded side. And that's not saying that properties on either side are worse off. It's just saying, the side that gets the sun is the side we're proposing to put most of the car parks on, which to me kind of defeats the purpose of what we're trying to achieve here.
So again, that was a high-end concept, and we've taken a lot of information from the shop or the stakeholders down that block, and that will get reshaped based on what we've heard. And so your feedback as well into that.
Yeah, because and really good data around this, so we can go, this is what it's telling us, and try and do some other things. It'd be great to do something around wild foods as well in that space. I'm not sure what it looks like, but so it's not just cars zooming through it and not interacting, not encouraging and developing, I think, the intent that this phone is on silent. I'm not sure why it actually rings when it's correcting. It needs to go. Sorry about that. That's really rude. So, yeah, I think we go for it, the trial. I think we get the good data. I don't know if we're going to get that in a limited time. I think encouraging a longer window, because any sort of change is met with anxiety and resistance. People probably need to engage and adapt with something for a longer period of maybe 5 weeks, which is probably what it'll end up being if it's wild foods to April, Easter time. So thinking those things through, it may be that come back to council further and say, we've run it for 6 weeks now, we'd like to, continue the trial or cease the trial. Having all these options on the table will be really good, because it'd be great to be able to go, this has been really great, the community love it, and by the way, now we want to roll it out for until June or something, or hopefully not the opposite. So, and the budget, let's be careful, because the headline will be 50,000 spent on one-way road. That's not what our intent is here. Our intent is to do a very nominal cost to achieve a temporary outcome. So it's paint that's not going to cost a lot of money. It's traffic calming and positioning devices that are very cheap, and it's within an already existing budget. That's not, we're going to put 50,000 on this for 6 weeks. Let's be really sure we're talking about the same thing here, because that could be, when people hear we're going to spend 50,000, that's actually not what we're doing. And I think we need to get the data, so we need to do the trial.
I'm going to be really quick. I do agree with Councillor Martin that length is too short. The whole concept, in political, but eventually I think it's only a small block, and it's worth having a go, I think, and seeing how the public respond to it. Although the businesses obviously have a big stake, many stakeholders, and the council absolutely has a role in this. And when businesses change hands, and only need to look back, not very many years, that was the deep part of town, and now it's a lively part of town. And so, that's the dynamics of the community that's alive and thriving. And so, I think the council just needs to be bold.
Happy to support it. We won't know until we try. Let's see how we try. And councillor, my position is happy to support the recommendation of the committee, as it's already gone through it. And I would like to suggest that the period of the trial is 3 months from the date of the setup.
3 months, or longer than the other day, no longer than 6 months.
I'm not happy with 6 months. It needs time. Is there anyone else who all right, well, let me do the resolution because then A, that council receive the report. B, that council proceed with the trial following positive engagement and consultation. I'll remove the consultation. Council proceed with the trial following positive engagement with stakeholders in the River Street block between Gold Street and Campbell Street. Council proceed with a special consultative process procedure based on the trial success, and the trial will be for 3 months from the date of setup. 6 months from the date of setup. You quite happy with it, Fiona? Would someone like to second that for me?
Oh, sorry, just one question.
Yeah.
When you went and spoke to the people, Fiona, did you tell them it was going to be 2 months or 6 months?
At that time, 2 months, but I did tell them that as a result of how it shapes out, I'll be going back.
Okay.
Councillor, happy to do I have a second? Councillor Hartman? Are those in favour?
Aye.
Are those against? Okay. Thank you very much, Fiona. And
Set your hand going.
Squeeze in the last resolution to
absolutely. Okay, so I'd like to, because we all know this Ryan Kennedy fella, I'd like to resolve that council delegates Councillor Ryan Kennedy with the authority to represent council at the South Westland Freshwater Management Unit Committee, and I'd ask for a second. Councillor Neal, all those in favour?
Aye.
Is there no one voting against this? Well done. I'm now going to adjourn the meeting.
You might as well just do the administrative resolutions.
All right.
Someone ordered dinner.
What time is it?
Oh, 7 o'clock.
I'll be asleep soon. Yeah, we need a separate resolution. We don't do that.
I'll bring them lunch boxes now.
Councillors, we'll take the agenda item 9 as being read, and it is administrative for purpose. I'd like to move that council confirm that seal being affixed to the following warrants as listed on the agenda: to Angus James Alexander Rob, Zachary Henry David Montgomery, Michael Thomas Teasdale, Edwina Dorothea Maria Del D. Quadros, and Amy Ishana Jorgensen. That was second. Second. Thanks, Deputy Mayor Carruthers. Those in favour?
Aye.
And would someone like to move us to go into confidential and then we'll adjourn? Sorry? Whereabouts?
That was already done.
Someone like to move that we go into confidential? Councillor Neal, seconded Councillor Hartshaw. Those in favour?
Aye.
Okay, we're now in confidential and